Welcome back to Hammer Brothers. Tonight we're diving deep into the return of Vulkan, Primarch of the Salamanders. As always, before we get into the video, be sure to like and comment any videos you'd like to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. And as always, thank you guys for the support. Y'all have been killing it lately. Now, let's get into the video.
The forge sang. Deep beneath Mount Deathfire, hammers rose and fell in the glow of molten rock, every strike ringing like distant artillery under the earth. Sparks sprayed in golden arcs, drifting like dying stars through the furnace haze. The air was a weight on the lungs, thick with heat and the taste of metal and ash. Kaslan stood at the edge of the great chamber, clutching his work roll against his chest so his hands would not show their tremor. Age had crept into his bones like cold iron, but the heat here still made his heart beat faster. It always had, it always would, until the fire finally burned him out. Around him labored giants. Salamanders moved between the anvils and magma channels with the steady certainty of engines. Their obsidian flesh gleamed with sweat and old burns, corded muscle and scars catching the forge light. Some worked bare-armed, some half-armored, their ceramite plates stacked nearby like pieces of a broken fortress. They spoke little, and when they did, their voices were low and heavy, swallowed by the roar of the mountain. High above, carved balconies and walkways clung to the cavern walls like barnacles, lined with braziers that burned with volcanic gases. Fire vaulted overhead in great sheets, casting titanic shadows of Astartes upon the rock. Those shadows looked like myths given form, striding and hammering, rising and falling. A chaplain walked the stone causeway that cut through the forge, Crozius held in a gauntleted fist. His armor was the black of void between stars, trimmed with brass and etched with serpentine drakes. A skull mask covered his face, its teeth stark white in the red light. His vox-amplified voice cut through the thunder. "In flame, we are tested." The words rolled around the chamber, echoed back by Astartes and serfs alike. "In flame, we are made," they answered. Kaslan's voice joined them a heartbeat late, rough with age and smoke. He felt the vibration of the response in his ribs. The chaplain halted at the lip of a molten channel. The heat there was strong enough to make even Kaslan's scarred skin prickle and water his eyes, though he stood many paces distant. "In darkness we carry the fire," the chaplain intoned. "In despair we bear its light. When the nine are as one, when every shard of his will is reclaimed from Xenos' talon and traitor claw, the Lord of Drakes shall walk once more upon this anvil world." 9. The word hung in the air like another hammer stroke. Kaslan had heard the number his whole life. 9 artifacts, 9 trials, 9 proof stones of their Primarch's legend. Old tales, told in barracks and mining tunnels and shrine alcoves carved into basalt. Stories to keep men warm when the void seemed very far away and the Imperium nothing but a sigil stamped on ration tins. Today, in the heart of Mount Deathfire, under the eyes of giants, the word felt heavier. The chaplain turned his skull helm toward the main tunnel as new. Footsteps sounded. Ceramite ground against stone. The rhythm of the hammers faltered, then ceased, as if the forge itself were holding its breath. A squad of salamanders entered the chamber, armored in emerald plate washed orange by the firelight. Scorched drake-hide cloaks hung from their shoulders. Their helms bore eye lenses that glowed like twin embers. They advanced down the causeway, and behind them walked a figure who seemed to bend the heat around him. His armor was a work of art and war, plates of dark green engraved with fire and scales. A cloak of flensed drake hide flowed from his shoulders, its underside charred black. His helm was wrought in the likeness of a roaring worm, but he removed it as he stepped into the full light of the magma flows. Vulkan Hestan, Forge Father of the Salamanders, bared his face to the forge. Obsidian skin, as all of his brothers bore, but lined and seamed with pale scars like cooled lava. His eyes were coals sunk deep, old and burning. He carried a stasis cradle at his side, the shimmering field within giving off a faint, sour smell of suspended time. Every Astartes present bowed his head. Serfs dropped to one knee where they stood. Kazlan followed, his joints protesting, his gaze fixed on the stone beneath him. "Rise," Histan said. His voice was a steady rumble, like distant thunder beyond the mountains. "The forge does not kneel." Kazlan straightened with the others, breath harsh in his throat. "The count stands at 8, Histan said. The words struck harder than any hammer. A whisper moved through serf and Astartes alike. 8. 8 artifacts reclaimed across the bleeding span of the millennia. 8 fragments of the Primarch's legacy torn back from alien vaults and heretic temples and dead worlds. For a heartbeat, even the roar of the magma seemed to dim. Histan reached into the stasis cradle and deactivated the field with a twist of his gauntlet's fingers. Time bled back into the chamber with a crackle and a metallic tang. He drew forth a hammerhead of blackened metal, its edges traced with sigils that glowed faintly like banked coals. It was not as grand as Dawnbringer, the legendary Warhammer of Vulkan, but the weight of it was a presence even Kazlan could feel. It dragged at the air as if hungry to fall. "Dawn Shard," Histan said softly, taken from the vaults of a renegade forge world, drowned in scrap code and demon whispers. The 8th artifact reclaimed, one yet lost. "The unbound flame," the chaplain said. "The unbound flame," echoed the salamanders. Kazlan swallowed. The name was a ghost story among serfs and line soldiers, the last piece of the Primarch's scattered legacy, a fire that had never gone cold, even when cast into the void. Some said it was a weapon, others that it was a fragment of Vulcan's own heart, others that it was nothing but a metaphor in a book of half-remembered prophecies. Histan's gaze swept the chamber, resting on each of his brothers, on the chaplain, on the braziers and magma channels, and the titanic drake statues carved into the walls. "The last fragment lies beyond the wound," he said, "beyond the great rift, in the dark half of the Emperor's realm. We have signs, we have visions, we have no luxury to wait longer." The mountain groaned in reply, a deep grinding from far below, and a gout of fire surged higher in one of the lakes, casting fresh light over the obsidian faces below. For an instant, Kazlan could have sworn the carved maw of a drake high on the cavern wall seemed to move, as if tasting the air. He did not yet know that before the forge fires cooled, the salamanders would be on the move, and he with them. For now, he jolted as the chaplain's crozier struck stone, and sparks leapt up. "For the Lord of Drakes!" the chaplain roared. "For Vulcan!" the forge answered. The Pantheon on Prometheus was a cathedral of stone and silence. Tushan sat enthroned beneath a vaulted ceiling carved with scenes of fire and battle, each panel depicting the salamanders standing steadfast against impossible foes. Light from high slit windows fell in shafts, slicing the incense haze. Between those beams, the chamber lay in a warm gloom that smelled of promethium smoke and scorched oil. Hollow projectors set into the obsidian floor cast a faintly glowing star field between the gathered leaders. Sectors pulsed in ember red. Some flashed with the grisly sigils of the archenemy, others with jagged tear marks indicating warp storms and the savage scar of the Great Rift. Entire swathes of the galaxy were simply dark, marked only with approximation sigils and question glyphs. Tushan watched it all, with eyes that had peered through battle smoke for more campaigns than most of the Imperium's worlds had existed. He was huge, even by the standards of his kind. His artificer-wrought armor layered with thick plates like the hide of some volcanic beast. His bare head was shaved save for a short crest, his obsidian skin marked with lines of ritual scarification, his eyes twin embers beneath a heavy brow. At his right hand stood Vulkan Histan, Dawn Shard now secured in a warded reliquary, that hovered at his shoulder. At his left, Chief Librarian Velkona, his psychic hood, a crown of brass and black adamantium. Behind them waited senior captains, chaplains and tech marines, silent as statues, helms held at their sides or mag-locked to their belts. Opposite them, wrapped in a cloak of dark leather that might have been human once, stood Inquisitor Lord Garen of the Ordo Xenos. Age had shrunk him, but not weakened him. Lines carved his pale, sunless face, and his eyes were cold auger lenses set in flesh that looked only half alive. His rosette hung heavy on a chain across his chest, an icon of unquestioned authority. His retinue waited near the doors, stormcoat-clad and armed, but they were ghosts here. Only the Inquisitor's voice mattered. "The War of the Beast taught us one truth," Garen said, cane tapping the floor with each slow step around the starfield. "Primarchs are not simply commanders, they are weapons, and weapons cut where they will if the hand that wields them falters." Tushan's jaw tightened. "Vulkan is no beast. He vanished," Garen said. "After storming the Greenskins' stronghold and burying their warlord beneath his own fortress, your Primarch left. He walked out into the void and did not return. For 10 millennia, you hold 8 fragments of his legend." The Inquisitor's thin lips twisted. "You do not know what 10 millennia of torment do to the mind of a being like that." Velkona's staff scraped the floor as he shifted. Runes flickered along its length, ghost light bleeding out between his fingers. "You speak as though he is already corrupted. I speak as one who has watched star systems die because a weapon was misused," Garen replied. "You have your chapter legends. I have records. I have testimony." He gestured toward the darkened swathes of the hololithic galaxy. "We fight a war that should have ended before I was born and will not end before my bones are dust. And now you propose to bring back a god who has spent 10,000 years being broken and remade in the fire between realities." Stan's voice stayed calm, but there was iron under it. "We do not propose, Lord Inquisitor. We follow the Tome of Fire. We follow our Primarch's design. The artifacts were scattered as trials for us. He expected us to bring them together." "Expected," Garen repeated, and somehow made the word sound like an accusation. Tushan leaned forward in his throne. "This is not some petty crusade to reclaim a lost relic, Inquisitor. The dark half of the Imperium burns. The Great Rift cuts worlds off from the light of terror. There are sectors where warp storms never close, where entire populations scream inside their skins for years before death takes them. Humanity is dying by the world. We are not winning." Garen's dead gaze met his. "And your answer is to unleash a being who can erase continents with a misjudged step." "My answer," Tushan said, voice low, "is that if there is a chance, any chance, that our Primarch lives and can stand between those worlds and the arch-enemy, then we would be faithless cowards not to take it. Duty to humanity demands every weapon, even a broken one, even one that might cut us as it falls." Silence followed. The hollow stars flickered. Velkona raised his staff. "You have seen nothing yet, Lord Inquisitor. We have not called you here on Talebearer's hope alone." The librarian's eyes flared, inner light turning his irises into smoldering brands. Runes crawled along his staff, kindling one by one, casting weird shadows on the walls. "In the choir," he said, "we have an astropath whose mind has brushed something vast. You will see what he saw." Saniel's throat was raw. He hung in the harness, thin limbs strapped to the throne's arms and rests, cables sunk into the flesh of his skull like black worms. His white eyes were rolled back, showing only veined sclera. Saliva leaked from the corner of his mouth, sizzling where it hit the copper throne. 2 salamanders flanked him, giants in full plate, their gauntleted hands resting lightly on the grips of their bolt guns. The astropath could have been a child between them, a desiccated husk, shriveled by distance and duty. The choir chamber was a cage of iron ribs and vox pylons, every surface engraved with warding sigils and litanies of protection. Candles guttered in niches, their wax running like fat down the walls. The air hummed with the constant, almost subsonic throb of the Geller projectors far below. Velkona stood before the throne, Tushan and Garen behind him. The librarian rested his free hand on Saniel's crown, fingers splayed, eyes half closed. "Now," Velkona whispered. Saniel's back arched. His mouth tore open in a scream that was not just sound, but a line of raw agony cutting through the minds of everyone present. Even Tushan felt it like a knife behind his eyes. Garen flinched, teeth gritted, knuckles whitening on his cane. The vox pylons caught the scream and translated it, hurling it back into the chamber as layered sound and image. The air shook. Static howled, cyclone loud. For a moment there was only distortion. Red snow, black waves. Then the storm cleared. A fortress hung in the void. They saw it as Saniel saw it, not in human scale, but as a soul perceives. A bastion of black iron and obsidian rock, floating at the very lip of a roaring cataract of warp energy. Its battlements were spines of basalt and steel, its towers organs of flame. Rivers of molten metal bled from its flanks and poured out into the warp stream, where demons fought and drowned in the churning torrent of unreality. Chains ran from the fortress into nothingness, vanishing into the darkness beyond the cataract. They glowed white-hot, segments as large as void ships, etched with sigils that made Garen's auger eyes burn and sting. At the heart of the fortress was a cruciform engine that turned slowly, grinding against the fabric of reality with every rotation. Bolted to that engine was a giant. Vulkan was not a name in that moment. Vulkan was a presence. He hung spread-eagled upon the lattice, his limbs nailed through with rods of incandescent metal, his armor cracked and fused to his blackened flesh. His skin was obsidian turned inside out, fissured and glowing from the magma that poured through him. His eyes were pits of molten gold. Flames spilled from his mouth with every breath. The engine turned, energy built. Vulkan's body swelled, cracked, exploded in a shower of molten bone and burning flesh that washed across the fortress in a flood of white flame. Screaming demons were incinerated where they crouched. The very rock ran and sagged. Then he was whole again, chained and crucified, the wounds knitting, the magma heart beating. Again, again, again. Each death was a hammer blow on the senses, each resurrection another. The fortress drank the energy, feeding it into titanic guns that pointed not into the warp, but out, toward the dim smear of real space beyond the cataract. Saniel shrieked with every cycle, his voice climbing past sound into a mental pressure that made Kaslan, listening through deck vox in a distant compartment, double over with his hands to his ears. Blood leaked from the astropath's nose and ears, steaming in the cold, recirculated air. Velkona's lips moved, forming wards, binding the vision, forcing it into shape. Words fell from his mouth like molten slag. "A fortress of living fire," he said, "at the edge of Imperium Nihilus, a crucifix of metal and pain, a giant chained and killed. And reborn to power its guns. The warp names him Furnace Soul, the Tome of Fire names him otherwise." The vision shuddered. For an instant, Vulkan's head turned, his blazing gaze dragging across the immensity of the warp like a spotlight. Saniel convulsed as that gaze scraped over him, lungs forced empty. The salamanders at his side tightened their grips on their weapons reflexively, as if they could shoot the look out of the air. Then the image collapsed into static. The fortress and the cataract and the crucified giant, all swallowed by black snow. Saniel sagged into his restraints. His breathing was a rattle. The cables in his skull smoked faintly. "Enough," Tushan said softly. Velkona lifted his hand. The astropath slumped, barely conscious, eyes fluttering. The salamanders removed their hands from their weapons and went back to statues. Garen breathed slowly, deliberately, as if pulling himself back into his own body. His auger eyes flickered as they reset, shunting corrupted data into quarantined banks. "That thing," he said. "You are certain it is him?" Velkona's staff thudded against the floor. "His soul burns like our gene sires always did in the visions of the ancients. The same furnace, the same heat, twisted, bound, but his." He stepped forward, the reliquary at his shoulder hissing as its seals adjusted. "The Tome of Fire speaks of him thus," he said, voice quieter now. "When the Nine are as one, the gate where the Lord of Drakes was bound shall be ignited. The unbound flame is not only a weapon, it is a key. This fortress, this engine that kills and resurrects him without end, it is his prison. The unbound flame will open it." Garen's cane tapped once, hard, on the iron deck. "And who built the lock?" he asked. "Who holds the chain?" Velkona's answer came not from the choir, but from the strategium aboard the battle barge Flame-wrought. Kaslan had never seen so many giants in one place. He stood at his station on the command deck, a mortal in a sea of ceramite and brass, pretending the sweat on his neck was from the ship's ventilation, and not the proximity of demigods. The flame-wrought strategium was a cathedral of metal and hololithic light. Tiered balconies held mortal officers and servitors, their consoles and auger banks flickering with data streams. Above them, on a raised circular platform, the senior salamanders stood among a ghost galaxy of projected stars. Kaslan's duty was simple in theory: maintain at least one functioning Vox link between the mortal bridge crew and the Astartes command. In practice, it meant standing close enough to feel Tushan's presence like a weight on his bones, and hoping he did not pass out. The chapter master's armor creaked as he looked over the hololithic display. The projection showed what Velkona described: a knot of warped space at the very lip of the Great Rift. Symbols scrolled, around it threat assessments and probability estimates, and half-classified sigils from the Ordo Xenos. "Here," Velkona said, touching the projection with the butt of his staff. "The fortress lies at the edge. The warp there is thinner, the barrier eaten from both sides. Painted on the walls are sigils of rot and entropy, Death Guard sigils." The words curdled the air. Garen's image hovered in a secondary holofield, his form reduced to a flickering, robed phantasm. His auger eyes glimmered as he examined the same data. "Plague fleets," he said. "My agents report that several warbands of the Death Guard translate toward that region. They speak in their diseased cant of a furnace soul they will harness, a heart that cannot stop beating. They intend to make a god engine of your Primarch." Kaslan watched Tushan's hands. The giant's fingers tightened on the edge of the hollow pit. The metal did not complain, but Kaslan imagined it bowing inward under that strength, as if the ship itself felt the pressure. "They will not have him," Tushan said. Garen inclined his head. "If you bring him out, Chapter Master, you must be prepared that he is not the Vulkan you remember from your old stories. Perpetuals break in strange ways. I have seen men die once and lose themselves. I have seen them die a dozen times and laugh it off. Your gene sire has been killed and remade 1,000 upon 1,000 times in a place where death is not an end but a tool. Whatever comes out of that fortress will be crueler than he was, and he was never gentle to his enemies." Tushan's ember eyes did not leave the projection. "We ask no gentleness toward our enemies." "Nor toward those who stand between him and them?" Garen asked. No one answered. The hololithic stars flickered. Somewhere far below, the flame-wrought's engines throbbed, pushing the great vessel through the currents of the warp. Kaslan risked a glance up at the salamanders, standing in a half-circle around Tushan. Their eyes burned in the dim. In their silence, in their scarred obsidian faces, he saw the same thing he had seen in the forge. Not hope, not fear, expectation. Later, much later, when the decisions made in that chamber had begun to reap their harvest in blood and broken worlds, Kazlan would remember the way those giants looked down at the stars, as if they saw not points of light, but coals ready for the hammer. That night, under Mount Deathfire, the salamanders gathered again around the roaring forge. Tushan stood bareheaded beside Hestan, the reliquary that held Dawn Shard at their feet. Velkona traced glowing runes in the air, each symbol hanging for a heartbeat before burning out. Chaplains moved through the ranks, Crozy tapping against ceramite greaves. The fire was louder than any sermon. It roared up from the magma channels, licking the vaulted ceiling, painting every skull and drake and relic in flickering gold. The salamanders raised their weapons, bolt guns and thunder hammers, and flame-bladed swords held high, silhouettes against the furnace light. "In the name of Vulkan," the chaplains cried. "In the name of the Lord of Drakes," answered hundreds of voices. "In flame we are tested. In flame we are made." Hestan's voice cut across the chorus. 8 artifacts reclaimed, he called. 1 yet bound beyond the wound. Our Primarch burns and dies and burns again in chains. The Death Guard marched to enslave him. Will you stand idle while traitors make a god engine of your gene-sire? The answer was a roar that shook dust from the vault. "We will not," Tushan said. "We will cross the wound. We will break his chains. We will bring him home or die in the attempt." Kaslan felt the heat on his face, on his old scarred hands, felt it sink through his skin into his bones. He heard his own voice join the roaring oath, ragged and thin but there, carried on the same air as the giants. A Promethean oath rose from the forge, a promise hammered into the stone. In the belly of the mountain, the lava surged higher, splashing against the carved channels. The sound of it was almost like laughter, deep and rolling, as if something far below the rock had heard and approved. If any man there noticed, he said nothing. The fire burned on. Kaslan had never seen so many ships. The void beyond the flame-wrought viewing ports was choked with steel and intent. Astartes strike cruisers glided like knife blades through the dark, their prows carved with drakes and flame sigils. Behind and around them, the Imperial Navy mustered in layered ranks, line after line of battleships and cruisers, their hulls ribbed with gun decks and launch bays. Between them drifted the broken-backed shapes of pilgrim hulks, kilometer-long carcasses of ancient vessels pressed back into service as troop transports, their holds stuffed with guardsmen, serfs, and howling zealots. The hololithic projectors made it worse. From his station on the command deck, Kaslan watched as the Strategium display expanded, the ships of the Crusade fleet rendered as motes of light spread across a sphere of black. The flame-wrought sat near the center, a swollen ember flanked by other salamanders' vessels. Around them, the Navy's armada formed concentric shells of steel and faith, each layer a promise of fire. Tiny icons swam within the swarm, regimental sigils, chapter badges, ecclesiarchy emblems. Kaslan recognized only a fraction of them, Astra Militarum, drawn from a dozen worlds whose names he did not know and would never see, Knight households, Titan legios, even a few Mechanicus arc ships, their silhouettes like grasping hands. Billions, Kaslan thought, throat dry. There are billions of souls out there, packed into iron boxes and sent into the dark, because our Primarch might be at the end of the journey. The notion should have made him feel less alone. It did not. "Deck Officer Kaslan," came the clipped growl of a servitor-synthesized vox. "Maintain line to the primary hololith. Do not allow interruption." "Aye," Kaslan murmured, fingers moving over the brass keys of his console. The rune of compliance glowed steady green. The link held. It was a small thing, a thin thread, but it was his. Above him, on the raised platform at the heart of the Strategium, the giants conferred. Tushan stood at the edge of the hololithic sphere, the light painting his scarred face in shifting colors. Vulkan Hestan was at his side, his cloak of drake hide fallen back, helm clamped to his belt. Chief Librarian Velkona stood slightly apart, staff in hand, eyes unfocused as he listened to choir data that only he could hear. Between them flickered a new projection, layered over the image of the Crusade fleet, a jagged tear of crimson and violet, like a wound cut through the starfield. The Great Rift, the cicatrix, maledictum, the thing that had split the galaxy and left half of the Imperium in screaming dark. At the far edge of that wound hung a malformed shape, more suggestion than certainty, marked with the harsh sigils of Mechanicus data scrying. The Adept's voice came through the Vox channels as a flat, inhuman chant. The Mechanicus Magos was physically elsewhere, buried in the guts of an arc ship, but his presence was a ghost in the flame-wrought machines. Subject semi-real bastion, the Magos intoned, anchored at the liminal boundary between real space and Empyrean flow. Mass estimate, variable. Configuration, in flux. Heart node tagged in recovered data fragments as designation string. Unbound flame, Primarch anchor. Say it in High Gothic, Garen said. The Inquisitor's image hovered above a secondary projector, his old face rendered in emerald light, rosette bright upon his chest. Even as a hollow, he made Kaslan uneasy. There was something too still about him, some absence where a man should be. The machine spirit calls it a fortress, Velkona translated. Half real, half warp, nailed to the edge of the scar. At its core is a point identified by pre-heresy data ghosts as an anchor for a Primarch-level soul signature, the Unbound Flame. Old data can lie, Garen said. So can old Inquisitors, Histan replied, tone mild. Garen's lips thinned, but he did not rise to the barb. His auger lenses brightened as he focused on the bastion's blurred shape. How stable is it? He asked. As stable as anything built upon unreality, the Magos said from over the Vox. Its geometry remains within acceptable variance thresholds. It exists. It can be shot. Tushan's eyes were embers in the half-dark. Then we will shoot it. Velkona shook his head slightly. Not too hard, Chapter Master. If the core is indeed what we think it is, destroying the fortress utterly may cast the Unbound Flame adrift. In the warp, or worse, there are words in the Tome of Fire that suggest it may be fused with our Primarch's state. Kaslan watched as the hololithic fortress icon pulsed, a malignant knot of dark at the edge of the rift. It sat there like a tumor, half inside reality, half chewing its way out. You have seen more? Tushan asked the librarian. Velkona's face creased. Fragments. Death echoing on death. Pain that does not end, because ending is denied. Garen's cane tapped once in the projection, the sound carried by the Vox. The last time your Primarch walked away from a war of this magnitude, he did not return. Remember that. Histan's jaw flexed once. He will this time, he said. We will bring him home. Or we wake something we cannot chain, Garen said. Remember that as well, Salamander. Before any of the giants could answer, the strategium lights reddened. Alarm runes flared on Kaslan's console, washing his hands in crimson. Translation complete, droned a helm servitor from the upper gantry. We are at the outer limit of the target system. The hololithic stars shifted. The great rift loomed larger, a curtain of roiling insanity stretching from one edge of the display to the other. Before it, like a black tooth growing out of the event horizon of a sun, the bastion burned. Battle stations, Tushan said. The words were not shouted. They did not have to be. The ship felt them and obeyed. Sirens howled through the flame-wrought. Klaxons blared. The deck shuddered as the first great maneuvering thrusters fired, slewing the battle barge into the assault pattern. Kaslan gripped his station and swallowed as the gravity shifted. Outside, in the void between the fleet and the fortress, the enemy stirred. Inside the bastion, The air stank of old blood and rot. The manufactorum hall was a forest of iron pillars, each one grown with rust and fungus, each one sprouting cables and chains like diseased vines. Machinery hung from the ceiling on cords of stretched metal and sinew, dripping sacred oils long since congealed into black stalactites. Light filtered through thick clouds of corpse flies, glinting off pools of slime and half-organic lubricant. At the center of the chamber stood a cruciform engine. It turned slowly, grinding against its own restraints, a constant subsonic groan vibrating through the floor and the machinery around it. Its arms were made of riveted metal and fossilized bone, its spine a series of pistons that drove it against the invisible seams of reality. Nailed to it, spread wide, was a giant. His armor had once been verdant green, edged with gold. Now it was a patchwork of molten plates and raw, magma-bright flesh. Obsidian skin glowed from within, fissured like cooled lava, the gaps seeping slow streams of light. Chains as thick as siege guns pierced his wrists and ankles, their links driven deep into the cruciform's limbs. Spikes of white-hot, rune-etched metal pinned his shoulders and hips. His head lolled back. His hair was a mane of burnt cords. His eyes were closed, lids cracked and bleeding light. The engine groaned. Fields built. Reality buckled. For an instant, nothing changed. Then every wound in the giant's body split wide. Light roared out of him in a torrent of molten gold and orange, pouring from his mouth and eyes, and the fissures in his skin. His chest burst open, ribs exploding outward in a storm of bone shards, flames geysering from the cavern of his torso. Limbs tore free at the joints, each one shredding into a cloud of glowing fragments. The blast of it washed across the manufactorum like a tide of burning shrapnel. Demons crouched on the machinery screamed as the light hit them, their diseased flesh sloughing off their bones in sheets. Flies exploded mid-flight, their bodies cooked to ash. Rusted gantries sagged, then melted, steel running like wax. Rivulets of molten metal poured from the walls, hissing where they hit the floor. The energy did not dissipate. The cruciform drank it, its limbs swelling with crackling power. Cables and conduits running from its spine pulsed, vomiting lightning into banks of cyclopean generators, which in turn fed the bastion's outer guns. By the time the echoes of the detonation died, the giant was gone. A heartbeat later, he was there again, nailed to the iron, whole and bound as before. The flesh flowed back into place, bone knitting, armor reforming from slag. What had been scattered light condensed into muscle and sinew. The magma in his scars cooled to a dull glow. His chest rose in a shuddering breath. His eyes opened. They were not human eyes. They were twin furnaces, deep and bottomless. And for a moment they stared straight up into the vaulted ceiling, as if seeing through it, through the stone and iron and warp storms, out into a cold sea of stars. A gurgling laugh came from the shadows. The Death Guard, Hostmaster, stepped into the glow of the cruciform. His armor had once been the pale green of that fallen legion, trimmed in white. Now, it was a bloated carapace of corroded plate, swollen with pustules and encrusted with filth. Tubes ran from his backpack into the open sores upon his chest, pumping thick, diseased fluids. His helm had been removed and hung from his belt. His head was a skull half concealed in rotted flesh, teeth brown with old blood, scalp crawling with mites. Beside him waddled a sorcerer of Nurgle, robes eaten by mold, cowl hiding most of his face, save for the ragged hole where a mouth full of blackened teeth grinned. A staff of worm-ridden bone rested in his hands, topped with a rusted bell that chimed softly with each step. "You see, Oghren," the sorcerer said, his voice like air wheezing through a corpse's lungs, "the cycle works. Every death, Another charge of the guns. Every rebirth, another turn of the wheel. There is an elegance to it. Ogron, hostmaster of this corrupted stronghold, spat a gobbet of black phlegm onto the floor. It sizzled where it landed, eating into the metal. "Elegant weapons are for the Emperor's perfumed lapdogs," he said. "This is a furnace, a slave engine. The only elegance I care for is that it kills our foes." He looked up at the giant, squinting as the light from those magma eyes washed over him. "He is a fine battery," Ogron admitted, "but there are other uses for such a soul, other songs we could make him sing." The sorcerer's laugh was a bubbling thing. "You begin to agree with me." "I begin to listen," Ogron said, which was as far as his kind went toward concession. The sorcerer shuffled closer to the cruciform, slime oozing from under his boots. He raised his staff and traced slow circles in the air, leaving trails of greasy green light. "Imagine," he whispered, "take this perpetual flame and drown it in the garden. Submerge that iron will in the loving rot. The giant would still burn, but the fire would be plague, unending, a walking pox upon the Imperium, a demigod of sores and ash." Ogron snorted. "You would ruin a perfectly good power source for your little games." "My games last aeons, Hostmaster," the sorcerer said. "Your siege will end. The Imperium will send fleets and armies. They will come for their lost father like carrion birds for a corpse. If we meet them with this place alone, even with its guns, we might bleed and die in the dark. If we meet them with a plague Primarch whose every heartbeat births new contagions." He let the thought hang between them like a miasma. Ogron's gloved fingers flexed around the haft of his scythe. He looked up at the giant again. The crucified being watched them now, eyes narrowed, lips peeled back from teeth. "I have killed you many times, little plagues," Vulkan said. His voice rolled through the chamber, rattling rust from beams, making flies drop dead from the air. "I have watched your fat lord's pets die screaming in their own filth," he went on. "I have burned worlds you thought you owned to black glass. You think to drown me in your rot? You will break your teeth on me." The sorcerer smiled, teeth dripping green. "Once, perhaps," he said. "Now you hang on our cross. Now your flame heats our guns. You die when we tell you to. You live because we permit it. We have time, Vulkan. We have patience. Every death wears you down. Every rebirth thins the steel of your soul. Sooner or later, the furnace cracks." Vulkan's laughter was a low, terrible sound. "I crack," he said, "and your fortress dies with me." The cruciform shuddered. For a heartbeat, the chains glowed hotter, as if straining. Then the engine groaned, fed from deeper reservoirs, and the pressure eased. The cycle resumed. Pain built, waiting for the next ignition. "Let us not waste his charge on words," Ogron said, turning away. The augur shrines whisper. Something comes. Outside, in the cold dark, the Crusade fleet struck. The salamanders led vessels and their imperial allies emerged from the currents of the warp in a blaze of reactor light, prow torches flaring as their void shields flared into life. The bastion at the edge of the rift loomed before them, a jagged silhouette against the seething curtain of the Great Wound. At its flanks lurked plague fleets. Death Guard vessels drifted like rotting carcasses. Hulls pitted and split, swollen with tumorous growths. Clouds of spores and filth trailed in their wakes. Some were former Imperial ships, their once proud lines now warped by corruption and studded with corpse hives. Others were hulks of alien design, half consumed by demon flesh. The opening volley turned the void into a furnace. Viral torpedoes, painted with hazard chevrons and purity sigils, streaked from Imperial launch bays, their drives leaving tails of cold blue. They detonated far, out, spewing designer plagues that clung to the outer hulls of enemy vessels, seeking any breach in their seals. Macro cannons roared, invisible in the airless dark, but visible here, as long lances of light, shells the size of buildings smashing into armor plate and spitting out clouds of molten slag. The Death Guard replied with plague warheads that burst into clouds of glistening filth, corrosive mists that ate at void shields and hulls alike. Some torpedoes carried caged demons that tore free as they hit, swarming over the void like insects made of nightmare. Lance batteries cut through both, beams of fusion light carving burning paths out toward the bastion. At long range, cyclonic warheads bloomed like false suns as both sides targeted likely approach vectors, vaporizing entire curtains of rock and debris, denying them as cover. Each detonation briefly rivaled a star for brightness, casting stark shadows across the hulls of the ships. Within minutes, the escort lines were shredded. Frigates and destroyers died by the dozen, then by the hundred, some smashed apart by direct hits, others gutted by glancing blows that tore open compartments and vented men and air into the void. A Navy light cruiser folded in on itself as a warp-maddened torpedo broke through its shields and detonated deep in its spine, turning steel and bone and promethium into a single expanding cloud of incandescent fragments. Kaslan watched the icons wink out on the hololith, fingers numb on his console. Each fading rune represented tens of thousands of men, many of them as frail and anonymous as he was. The casualty lumen on his panel shifted from one shade of red to another, a deeper, bloodier hue. Outer screen compromised, droned a servitor. Enemy vectors adjusting. Plague fleets moving to intercept. Hold formation, Tushan said. We press the bastion. Break the chain, the anchor falls. On a Navy battleship in the midline, a gunnery officer named Havel stared at his own tactical display and tried not to be sick. Havel had been born on a hive world that never saw the sun. He had thought himself hardened by a life of suffocating vents and food riots. He had washed blood from his hands more times than he could count, even before the Navy had press-ganged him into service. He had watched ships die before, silhouettes crumpling inward as plasma torpedoes tore through them. He had never seen death on this scale. Casualty reports scrolled across his slate in a stuttering tide. Whole escort squadrons listed as gone in a single line. A troop carrier, its holds packed with 1 million guardsmen from some dust-choked agri-world, vanished between one breath and the next as a lance beam from the bastion's guns found its spine. "Gunnery decks ready," rasped his senior over the vox. "Battery primed. Engage on mark." Havel swallowed and focused on his targeting runes. Between the icons of enemy ships and defensive fire arcs, something else moved. A single Thunderhawk gunship, emerald and black, knifed through the void on a low, drifting trajectory, its engines cold to avoid detection. Its wings were swept back, its hull scarred and flame-marked. Havel watched it leap from one flickering shield bubble to another, using the wake of capital ships to mask its approach. Smoke and debris boiled all around it, paths of light stitching the darkness where tracer fire and shrapnel flew. The gunship was a single bright mote in a sky full of burning wreckage. He found himself willing it on, though he knew the Astartes within would never know his name, never care that a mortal man had whispered a prayer for their hull. Something vast, and seen only as shadows moved near the bastion, and the Thunderhawk passed into its umbra, vanishing from Havel's sight. "Mark!" barked his superior. Havel tore his gaze back to his duties and fired. Boiling fire and dead air greeted the salamanders as their boarding torpedoes bit. The fire drakes had gone in with the first wave. Pelas Mirsan led them, his artificer-wrought Terminator armor the color of ancient bronze beneath its emerald paint, his thunder hammer crackling with caged storm. The impact had driven the boarding tubes deep into the bastion's outer shell, magma charges burning a path through armor and contamination alike. The inner walls bled when they breached. Corrupted metal and corrupted flesh had fused together here, grown into a single disease-stricken mass. As the salamanders stormed down the tunnel, bolt guns roaring, the walls pulsed and flexed, extruding pustules that burst in showers of spores. The first wave of poxwalkers shuffled out to meet them, their bodies little more than rotting sacks of meat held together by rot and will. The salamanders burned them down in sheets, promethium washing over the shambling forms, flesh sloughing from bone in smoking strips. Behind the tide of dead men came Death Guard. Terminators in ancient cataphracti plate lumbered forward, each step leaving a print of rust and ooze on the deck. Their armor was swollen and crusted with mold, their pauldrons hung with chains of corroded icons. Some carried Reaper autocannons that spat shells filled with contagion, each detonation leaving patches of metal writhing with new growths. Others bore scythes, whose blades dripped a slurry of ichor and filth. Pelles met them at the choke point. The corridor was barely wide enough for the armored forms. Plague Terminators and Fire Drakes clashed in a storm of steel and disease. Bolts exploded against shields and pauldrons, blasting chunks of corrupted armor and meat into the air. One salamander took a scythe stroke full to the chest. The blade bit deep, cutting through ceramite and into bone, and a rotting hand followed, thrusting a grenade of chittering insects into the wound. The Fire Drake laughed as he died, teeth bared in a snarl, crushing the Death Guard's wrist in his gauntlet, even as the insects ate through his lungs. Flame roared out of the flamer built into his other arm, drowning both warriors in fire. Pelles waded into the melee, Dawn's similar hammer rising and falling. Each blow cracked armor, smashing skulls into walls in sprays of brains and shattered fungus. When a plague Terminator tried to embrace him, laughing through a jaw that had lost its flesh, Pelles slammed his hammer into the traitor's knee, pulverizing it, then brought the weapon down upon his helm, driving the man's head into his own chest cavity with a sound like a fruit under a cartwheel. "Push!" Pelles roared. "Drive them back into their filth." The air was thick with spores and smoke, filters clogged, visors smeared with grime. Still the salamanders advanced, step by step, leaving charred corpses and piles of shattered armor in their wake. Elsewhere in the bastion, deeper channels ran. Velkona led his own cadre through them, a kill team of librarians, and their guard. The air here was colder, but no cleaner. Psychic stink hung heavy, like the tang of ozone and old blood. Symbols of chaos had been carved into the walls and then hammered over with chains and metal plates, as if the bastion itself tried to contain whatever it had been built upon. "Do not reach out," Velkona said over the squad link. "You will be tempted. The echoes here are strong." It was poor warning. The echoes did not wait for reaching. They came like tide. One moment Velkona was advancing through a narrow conduit. The next he was on his knees on a field of broken glass, the sky above him a sheet of fire. Titans strode through the flames, their silhouettes clear as gods, and between their feet ran a single massive figure, hammer in hand, smashing demonic engines into scrap with each swing. Every time the hammer fell, reality rang. Then the hammer turned in his grip, and the blow fell on Velkona. He felt his skull split, felt his chest cave, felt every bone in his body shatter like crockery beneath the iron. Pain eclipsed thought. Then there was nothing. He blinked, and he was whole again, standing in the conduit, staff in his hands. A salamander's gauntlet was on his pauldron, steadying him. The librarian, whose hand it was, looked shaken inside his helm. "Chief," the other said, voice tight. We..." The conduit melted away again. Velkona was chained to a rock under a black sky. Lightning arced from cloud to cloud, illuminating a plain of corpses. The chains were sunk into his bones. Fire burned in his veins. He screamed, and the sound came out as a roar that split the horizon. Demons swarmed over him, gnawing at his flesh, tearing strips away. With each bite they burned, turning to ash and smoke, but they came again and again, an unending tide of hunger. Another death, Another ending, another beginning. Velkona gasped, staggering, as the conduit returned. Blood ran from his nose and ears, inside his helm, hot against his skin. "They are his deaths," he said hoarsely. "The engine uses them as ballast to hold itself in place. Each death is a weight tied to the fortress's heart." The librarians behind him shifted, armor creaking. Some swayed. One knelt, helm clutched in both hands. "We walk on his bones," one whispered. "We walk through his hell," Velkona said. "We do not stop. Forward." He forced his feet to move, one after the other. With each step, another echo hit. Vulkan crushed under the weight of a collapsing mountain. Vulkan drowned in a sea of acid. Vulkan torn limb from limb by demonic hosts. Vulkan burnt to cinders by the light of a dying star. Death rolled over Velkona again and again, slamming him into different ends. Each time he arose, each time he built himself back together, the pieces felt a little less securely fixed. He clung to the staff in his hands, to the voices in his helm, to the faint sense of his battle brothers around him. It was like trying to hold onto a candle in a storm. At last, the conduit opened into a wider chamber. Heat washed over them. The air here seethed, shimmering with pressure. At the far end of the hall, across a gulf of churning energy, the cruciform engine turned. Chains of light stretched away from it into the walls and the unseen beyond, anchoring it not just in stone, but in the immaterial. Vulkan hung upon it, burning. Histan was already there. The Forge Father had come by another path, carving his way through steel and flesh alike, Pellas's assault clearing the way behind him. Now he stood on a lip of metal barely wide enough for his boots, looking up at the figure nailed to the machine. From this close, the resemblance to the statues on Nocturne should have been obvious. The proportions were wrong in something so inhumanly perfect. The scale was monstrous. Vulkan was larger than any Astartes, larger than any dreadnought. His chest rose and fell in slow, painful heaves. Each breath was a bellows stroke, drawing in cold, exhaling flame. His face was half armor, half raw light. His eyes were pits down into a core of white-hot fury. Histan felt it before he understood it. A presence, a heat, not of flesh or fire, but of soul. A furnace that had burned since before the Imperium was born, banked deep, now dragged to the surface. The touch of it on his mind was like stepping too close to an open forge and feeling his eyebrows singe. It strobed through him in an instant, a hammer blow of recognition. Father. The word was not spoken aloud. It came from some recess of Histan's being, some gene-coded loyalty that he had carried all his life and never fully understood. The furnace turned toward him. For a heartbeat, Vulkan's gaze met his. Histan's mind almost burned away. He saw himself from outside, a small embattled shape in emerald armor. He saw Nocturne's mountains, its seas of molten rock, its people huddled in the shadow of salamander statues. He saw the artifacts, all 9 of them, scattered like coals kicked across the galaxy. He saw the long road of his own quest, the worlds he had bled on, the men he had left behind as ash in his wake. He saw it all as sparks, as hammer blows, as steps in a forging. Then the furnace wheel recoiled, as if surprised by its own reaction. The link snapped. Histan staggered, dropping to one knee, gauntlets scraping on scorched metal. "Forge Father," Velkona's voice came over the link, distant and distorted. "Report." "I know him," Histan managed. He is our Primarch. There is no doubt." A low laugh crawled across his vox, thick with plague and horror. Ogron, somewhere above, watching. "Then you have come to the right place," the hostmaster said. "You can die with him." The fortress shook. Deep within its bowels, the energy harvested from Vulkan's unending deaths reached a threshold. Generators howled. Massive capacitors screamed with the strain. The fabric of reality thinned around the bastion's main gun. a void-bored barrel that jutted from the fortress's flank, aimed not at the oncoming capital ships, but at a more lucrative target. A mass transport hung in space, its hull a patchwork of repairs and relic markings. Within its kilometers of decks, 10 million guardsmen stood to arms, regimental banners fluttering in stale air, officers shouting orders across parade squares turned into mustering halls. Some sang hymns, some vomited from fear, some sharpened bayonets that would never taste flesh. They never saw the shot. From the bastion's gun erupted a spear of unbound warp flame. It did not travel like light or shell. It unfolded, knot after knot of raw, corrosive unreality spilling outward, a lance that was more whole than beam. It touched the transport's prow. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then the ship came apart. Sections of hull vanished as if rubbed out by an invisible hand. Whole decks slipped sideways into nothing. Men screaming found their mouths opening onto the stars, their lungs boiling as they were exposed to the void. Others erupted into clouds of butterflies made of bone, which burned away before they could reach a bulkhead. The transport did not explode. It simply ceased to be in pieces, its vast mass shorn away into a shrieking tear in space. Where its heart had been, a black wound hung, edges fringed with warped light, tugging at anything nearby. The tear screamed. Kaslan heard it across the Vox, not as sound, but as a spike of static and a wave of nausea that surged through every system. The hololith flared white, then black. The icon of the transport flickered, then was gone. In its place hung a pulsing knot of red-black, tendrils extending, reaching for the nearest ships. "Gravity anomaly," cried a servitor. "Unreality vector increasing. The Bastion's primary weapon has breached. The Veil." "Cancel approach vectors," Garen's voice snapped over the fleet channel. "If that tear grows, it will devour the line." Tushan's eyes burned as he stared at the new wound on the display. 10 million lives erased in a breath. A weapon that could do that again and again, for as long as its power source endured, for as long as Vulkan died. "No," Tushan said, more to himself than to anyone else. "We do not turn away. We break it." He slammed a fist into the hololith, sending ripples across the stars. "Press the assault," he ordered. "All ships, all guns, get our brothers aboard that fortress. We cut the chains, or this crusade dies here." The flame-wrought shook under another barrage. Somewhere in its depths, the forge fires roared in sympathy. In the heart of Mount Deathfire, lava surged, as if the world itself felt its lost sun's torment. Deep within the bastion, the cruciform engine turned once more, drawing in power for another. Shot. Vulkan burned, died and burned again, chained to a weapon that was tearing holes in the meat of reality. The 9th artifact waited, its true nature still locked, as the war for his soul began in earnest. The fleet lurched around the wound in space, where the transport had been. On the Flamewrough's command deck, every lumen flared crimson as the shockwave hit. Grav plates groaned. Men staggered. Auspex screens filled with static for a heartbeat, then cleared to show the new anomaly spreading where 10 million souls had been a moment before. Kaslan clung to his station, teeth bared in a rictus that might have been a grimace or a grin. His console spat warning runes like sparks. The schematics of the battle rolled and twisted, icons dragging toward the newborn tear as if it were a sink in reality. "Formation collapsing," droned a helm servitor from the upper gantry, residual gravitic flux drawing vessels off vector. "Hold the line," Tushan said. His voice cut through the cacophony without strain. The chapter master stood braced on the strategium dais, one hand on the hollow pit's rim as if he were physically steadying the image. The flickering red-black knot that marked the tier pulsed between the scattering icons of Imperial ships. "Engine strata 3 and 4, counter-thrust," barked another officer. "Bow shields to full, Adjust heading 2 points starboard, nose toward the bastion. Ride the pull. Kaslan relayed orders to mortal decks, his voice raw in his own ears. Men shouted back confirmations or died mid-word as consoles blew out under stress. Somewhere in the midline, a cruiser lost its battle with physics and slid sideways into the anomaly's hungry shadow. Its icon stretched, warped, and vanished. Salamander's strike craft still engaged, came a clipped report from the flight master. Boarding parties are inside the bastion. They report heavy resistance. Velkona's staff thudded on the metal at Tushan's side. The librarian's face was pale beneath its obsidian hue, sweat beading at his temples. Warp light crawled along the rims of his psychic hood. "The bastion is building charge again," he said. "The engine is priming for a second discharge." "Target?" asked Inquisitor Garen, his hollow image flickering beside the battle barge's captain's throne. Velkona's eyes unfocused, seeing webs of cause and intent beyond metal and fire. Nearest mass sufficient to make a wound worth the pain. Another transport. A battleship. Perhaps us. Garen's thin mouth tightened. If it tears another hole, the tear and the first anomaly will feed one another. The line will not hold. Tushan's gaze bored into the glowing representation of the bastion. The fortress icon pulsed with malignant energy, tethered to the edge of the great rift, like a tumor clinging to a scar. "Our brothers are inside," he said. "They reach the heart, or we die. Here." He did not look at Kaslan, but the deck officer felt the weight of the words like a hand on his skull. "Increase pressure," Tushan ordered. "All capital ships, push in. Anything that can still burn, burn toward the bastion. We draw its fire. Buy our sons a moment longer." Macro batteries woke with renewed fury. Navy ships heaved themselves into new vectors, engines burning white. The bastion's guns answered, pouring shells and warp-laced beams into the oncoming storm. Deep within that fortress, chained to its core, Vulkan burned. Time had lost edges for him a long age past. He hung on the cruciform, and the moments bled together. Past and present, terror and this rotten iron womb, the siege and the unnumbered years after, all mingled like molten steel poured into one mold. He remembered the palace walls still smoking from bombardment, the air thick with dust and the stench of dead men. He remembered walking through halls of shattered marble, each step cracking bone under his boots. He remembered the traitors they had taken alive. He had not always been kind. In the wake of the siege, when the traitor legions broke and ran, when the emperor's broken body was carried into the Golden Throne, there had been a measure of justice yet to be dispensed. His brothers had meted it out in their ways. Dawn with walls and sieges, Gilliman with laws and reorganizations, Russ with hunts. Vulkan had chosen the anvil. He saw again the cells beneath the shattered palace, lit by guttering tallow lamps, the stone walls slick with moisture, and the residue of screams. He remembered traitor captains chained, spread-eagled to iron frames, still defiant as he approached with hammer and blade. "You killed worlds," he had told one, a son of Horus, whose eyes were still fever-bright with warp madness. "You burned cities full of children. You cut the throat of the future. There is no quick death that pays for that." He remembered the way bones yielded under his hands, how armor peeled away like bark stripped from a tree. He remembered the sounds men made when their limbs were broken deliberately, joints pulped, nerves flayed, the way it took so very long for an Astartes to die when carefully managed. He remembered that, in some dark place, it had satisfied him, now that memory folded over the present. Rusty walls became marble again, and then rust once more. The chains that held him nailed him to Terra's stones, then to the cruciform's gnawing metal. The demons that danced at the edge of his senses wore once the faces of traitor marines, and once the dripping masks of warp spawn. It hardly mattered. All of them were fuel. The fortress shuddered around him as the external battle fed energy back through its veins. The cycle built as it had built so many times. Pain crept in, a familiar rising tide. Far below the cruciform, at the base of the engine, the Death Guard sorcerer had drawn a circle of filth. Flies buzzed thick around him. The corpse lanterns hung on chains from the ceiling, each one a skull stuffed with a candle made of rendered fat, dripping tallow and worm. Runes oozed along the floor in lines of pus, connecting in shapes that hurt the eye to follow. The sorcerer stood at the center, robes dragged through the slime, staff of bone held out before him. His ruined mouth moved, spilling words that had never been meant for human tongues. "Blessed is the rot that claims all," he croaked. "Blessed is the garden that chokes the last light from the sky. Blessed is the patron whose love is decay." The words crawled up the cruciform's spine, seeping into its metal. Symbols carved by tech priests 10,000 years dead, twisted and bulged, reshaping into new glyphs. The chains that bound Vulkan's wrists and ankles pulsed, their glow shifting from clean white towards sickly green. The sorcerer raised his staff. "Lord of plagues," he whispered. "Father of sores. Here, your servitor. Take this flame and drown it. Let your spirit seep into his faults like mold into a wound. Let him be your fist in the material, your voice in the halls of the false emperor. Let him be the beginning of the last disease." Above, Vulkan felt the words like maggots burrowing under his skin. He had heard many litanies, imperial prayers, demagogues' speeches, the whispered promises of traitor primarchs. None of them had ever sunk so deep, because none of them had been aimed at the cracked places in his soul that 10,000 years of torment had carved. The cruciform turned. The engine built toward a fresh discharge. The sorcerer's magic rode that rising wave. Vulkan felt something other press at the edges of his thoughts. A cold, swollen presence. Not fire but rot, seeping in through memory and pain. It slid into the spaces between his selves, into the cracks where terror and the fortress and the long wandering blurred. It promised an end to the hurt, an end to the hunger, an end to the pressure to be anything but a vessel. He saw himself walking across a field of corpses, not to burn them, but to water them with infection. Saw his hammer swinging not to shatter demon engines, but to crack open hives and loose plagues. Saw entire sectors coughing themselves to death in his name, their last breath a prayer to a god that loved them rotten. For an instant, the idea tempted. No more decisions, no more responsibility, only destruction, endless and indifferent. Then memory shifted again. He saw a child on Nocturne, his skin raw from the heat of the forge, watching Astartes work. Saw that boy's eyes wide with awe, as a giant in drake-etched armor had placed a massive hand on his head and said, "You are of my people. Your pain is my oath." He saw miners standing at the edge of lava lakes, the light painting their scarred faces, as chaplains intoned the Promethean creed. "In flame we are tested. In flame we are made. In flame we do not abandon our own." The foreign presence pressed harder, seeking purchase. It found something else instead. Vulkan's hatred had been building for years upon years upon years, layered with every death and every rebirth. Hatred not only for the obvious enemies, the traitors and the demons, but for the weakness of stone and metal that had failed, for the chains that had held, for the very nature of the warp that made such a prison possible. It had been scattered through him, unfocused, a constant background roar. The sorcerer's ritual gave it shape. For the first time in too long to measure, Vulkan stopped enduring. He pushed back. The chains that bound his wrists flared from sickly green to incandescent white. The plague runes seared off them like scabs burned clean. The sorcerer's incantation hit a wall of will that was not passive, not resigned. It was a furnace door slammed in a scavenger's face. The warp energy the ritual had gathered had to go somewhere. It went back the way it had come. The circle of filth detonated. Pus and ichor vaporized in an instant, exploding outward in a ring of corrosive steam that stripped the skin from the nearest poxwalkers and left their muscles smoking on exposed bone. The skull lanterns shattered, bone shards scything through the air. The sorcerer did not even have time to scream. His body inverted, his flesh peeled from his bones in a spiral, threads of meat unwinding and then turning to vapor. His skeleton glowed a moment, every joint and vertebra lit from within, then collapsed into a pile of greasy ash. The backlash hit the cruciform. Links split, nails warped. The engine's careful balance faltered. For a heartbeat, the bastion's heart lost its rhythm. The boarding salamanders hit the core just as everything broke. Pelas Mirsan led the way, his Terminator armor scored and dripping, his hammerhead dented and slick with unidentifiable fluids. Behind him came fire drakes with cracked pauldrons and scorched cloaks, every plate of their war plate carrying scars of toxin and flame. Their boots left trails in the slime on the deck. They burst into the chamber through a rent in the wall that had been a bulkhead door before their melter charges introduced it to a better purpose. The heat that rolled over them stole the breath from the mortals in their wake and made even Astartes feel as if their eyes were being cooked in their skulls. "Target," Pelas said, voxing to Hestan. He felt, rather than heard, the answering pulse of recognition from the Forge Father ahead and above. The cruciform groaned. Vulkan's body ignited. There had been countless discharges since his imprisonment. Each one had killed him. Each one had fed the guns. Each one had been part of the cycle. This one was different. The chains were already cracking. The engine was already off balance. When the energy built this time, it did not flow along the ordained paths. It slammed into weak points and stress fractures, into bolts half slagged by his earlier resistance. His skin split in familiar channels, but the light that erupted was wilder, less contained. Bones blew apart, yes, but shards of them punched through the cruciform's armatures, punching smoking holes straight through plates of adamantium. The blast wave hit the chamber like a god's breath. Pelas had a heartbeat to throw his hammer up and brace. The world became fire. A wave of incandescent force tore across the walkway, a wall of light and heat that peeled rust from steel and baked plagues to ash mid-spill. Demon engines crouched on their pads simply ceased to exist, their twisted forms scrubbed out of reality in a smear of afterimage. The salamanders were not so fragile, but even their superhuman frames buckled. The lead fire drakes vanished, armor and flesh and bone ripped into glowing fragments that splattered against the walls. Men in power armor became silhouettes etched on metal as their ceramite, boiled and their bodies cooked within. A mortal serf far behind them turned to a spray of carbon ash. His shadow burned into the plating for a moment before the heat erased even that. Something massive and heavy smashed into Pelas, driving him to the deck. His armor screamed as joints overloaded. He grunted, vision going white. The shockwave passed. Sound returned as a high, whining keen. Pelas blinked away the afterimage and realized that the thing on top of him was not debris. It was Vulkan. The Primarch lay half-sprawled over him, still smoking, chains and shards of cruciform twisted around his limbs. His armor, if it could still be called that, was a ruin of fused plates and molten rock. His flesh glowed like magma gone solid on the outside, while still boiling beneath. He was heavy in a way that had nothing to do with mass, as if gravity itself bent more willingly toward him. Pelas tried to move. He might as well have tried to shift a mountain. Vulkan stirred. He rolled off the fire drake with a grinding of metal and bone, coming up to one knee, then to his feet. Shattered chains clanked and dragged behind him. Light leaked from cracks in his skin, glowing coals in a black shell. Around them, what was left of the boarding party struggled to rise. Some failed. Pelas saw one of his men, half in and half out of his armor, the upper torso simply gone. lower limbs twitching as if they still expected orders. Another crawled on stumps where legs had been, leaving smears of cooked meat on the deck. Vulkan took a breath. The sound of it was like a furnace door opening. Heat rolled out of him in a wave, making Pellis's eyes water inside his helm. The Primarch's gaze swept the chamber. He saw the broken cruciform. He saw the twisted, melted remains of the chains that had held him. He saw the salamanders struggling to their feet, armor cracked, cloaks burning. He saw the Death Guard pressing in through other entrances, Plague Marines forcing their way through buckled doors, weapons up. He did not see sons and enemies. He saw targets. "Traitors," he said. The word fell from his mouth like a hammer. He reached down and grabbed Pellis by the gorget, hauling the Terminator up as if he weighed nothing. "You wear my colors," Vulkan said, voice low and rough, each syllable grinding like boulders. "You paint your armor in my shade and crawl in here draped in my iconography, and you dare raise weapons in my presence, half-forged blades, counterfeits. I should break you all across my knee and throw the scraps into the fire." Pellis's auto-senses shrieked warnings as the plates around his neck dented inward. His vision swam, black creeping in at the edges. He grabbed Vulkan's wrist out of instinct, fingers feeling bone and metal and something that hummed under the skin like a reactor. He could not move the hand an inch. "Father," came a voice from the side. Stan stepped into Vulkan's line of sight, every movement deliberate despite the tremors in his limbs. His own armor was cracked and blistered. Blood, his and others, dried on the plates. The reliquary that held Dawnshard floated at his shoulder, its ward lights flickering madly. Vulkan turned his head. The pressure on Pellis's neck increased. Stan did not flinch. "Your sons come for you," he said. "Not traitors, salamanders, forged on Nocturne, raised in the Promethean creed. We carry your mark not as thieves, but as heirs." A growl built in Vulkan's chest. "I have no heirs," he said. "I have failures. I left you to watch the fire. You let the galaxy burn around it. You left me on this cross for an age." Velkona staggered into view, helm off, his shaved scalp slick with sweat and blood. His eyes burned with warp light. He leaned on his staff, every breath a struggle. "We did not know where you were," he said hoarsely. "We found the artifacts. We followed the Tome of Fire. We walked the path you set. We bled for your memory, Lord of Drakes." Vulkan's gaze snapped to him, and Velkona barely held the eye contact. "In flame," the librarian said, forcing the words through cracked lips. "In flame, we are tested." A murmur rose from the surviving salamanders, a reflex hammered into them by endless liturgies. "In flame we are made," they answered, voices raw. For a moment, Vulkan saw them. He saw the shape of their souls, each one a smaller furnace, banked and shielded, but of the same kind as his own. He saw Nocturne in the scar patterns on their skin, in the way they held themselves against the heat, in the way their eyes met his without dropping, despite every instinct screaming at them to kneel. The past and the present overlapped again. Torture halls became forge chambers. Traitor, green armor became honest emerald. The men he had broken for treachery became the sons he had taught to stand in fire. The grip on Pellis's throat eased, then opened. The fire drake sagged, coughing. "You are cracked," Vulkan said, voice still rough but less murderous. "You are not what I left, but you are mine." Death Guard bellowing cut across whatever else might have been said. A champion in bloated armor charged, scythe raised, howling litanies to rot and ruin. Behind him came a knot of Plague Marines, weapons coughing filth and shot, their footsteps squelching in the melted remains of their comrades. Demon engines writhed in the shadows, metal flesh churning. Vulkan turned to meet them. He moved with a speed that ignored his size. One moment he was merely standing, the next he had crossed the gap between himself and the oncoming champion in a blur that made Vox feeds stutter. He caught the scythe's haft in one hand. The plague marine bore down, servos whining, muscles swollen and knotted under his corrupted flesh. The scythe bit into Vulkan's palm, drawing molten blood. He did not seem to notice. With his other hand, Vulkan grabbed the champion's chestplate. Ceramite crumpled under his fingers. He pushed. The plague marine's ribcage collapsed like wet clay, bones snapping, organs pulping with a wet, muffled crunch. The backplate bulged out as internal pressure looked for somewhere to go. Vomit and bile fountained from the traitor's mouth grill. Vulkan lifted the man bodily, scythe and all, and swung him like a club. The champion's broken body hit the blast door behind the death guard with a sound like a thunderclap. Metal screamed. The door bent inward, dented an arm's depth. Vulkan swung again and again. On the third impact, the door gave. It ripped from its hinges and flew inward, along with most of the champion's upper body. The corpse burst on impact with the corridor beyond, showering the deck and the nearest plague marines in a slurry of bone fragments, armor shards, and vile fluids. The stink was indescribable. Vulkan hurled what remained of the corpse aside and stepped through the torn threshold. Every breath he took washed the tunnel in heat. Plague marines that had survived the blast raised their weapons out of reflex. He reached them before they could fire. He broke the first against the ceiling, twisting the traitor's legs down while his hands held the shoulders up, tearing the spine out in a spray of vertebrae. He tore the arm from the second and beat him to the ground with his own limb. Bolts stitched across his chest, tearing chunks of molten armor away, revealing glimpses of the light underneath. It did not slow him. Behind him, salamanders poured through the breach, fanning out to form a living wall between their Primarch and the bastion's desperate defenders. Bolt guns barked, flamers gouted liquid fire. Demon engines roared as they were drowned in promethium, their steel limbs thrashing as they melted. Velkona watched Vulkan work and felt something like dread. Pain meant nothing to this being. Death meant less. The Primarch had been killed so many times that the concept of an ending was a joke. The only measure that mattered to him now was whether a thing still functioned as a tool. That included men. That included his sons. If Vulkan did not care whether the salamanders lived or died in the channel of his campaign, then this rescue would trade one kind of weapon for another, more dangerous one. "Forge, father," Velkona voxed to Hestan, ducking as a stray bolt round shrieked past and blew a chunk from the wall. "We must tether him." "Now," Hestan snapped, hammer punching a Death Guard sergeant's head into paste. "Now," Velkona said, "before he decides we are as expendable as the chains that held him." The librarian pushed past a knot of fighting men, staff crackling with contained warp fire, and followed Vulkan deeper into the bastion. At the heart, past smashed doors and corridors half slagged by unleashed fury, lay the core. The unbound flame was not a simple relic. It hung in a chamber carved not with tools, but with words. Every surface bore inscriptions, some in the sharp, angular script of the Mechanicus, others in looping high Gothic, others in languages older than both. Brass rods jutted from the walls at odd angles, carrying rings of blackened crystal. Cables ran toward a central pedestal on which nothing visibly rested. Yet there was something there. The air around the podium shimmered, heat and cold layered, fighting. Light bent in on itself, forming a shape that shifted between a sphere, a spiral, and a knot. Within that distortion burned a point of white so intense that looking directly at it made eyes water and skulls ache. "The unbound flame," Velkona whispered. Histan stepped forward, his face bathed in that unnatural light. Runes on his armor flared in sympathy. The reliquary at his side shook, its ward sigils scrambling as if in fear. "This is what we came for," he said. "This is what he left us to find." Vulkan stood in the doorway, too large to enter fully without ducking. The light from the flame washed across him, highlighting every crack in his skin, every carved line of his face. He knew it, not in the way he, Stan, and Velkona did, as scholars and seekers who had followed a book's trail of hints. He knew it like a man knows his own heartbeat. This was a piece of himself, cut away and caged, used as a lodestone to hold him in place. "What did they do?" he murmured. He stepped in, the chamber suddenly tight around him. The walls creaked, as if they did not like the pressure of his presence. He reached out. Velkona lunged, hand outstretched. "Lord of Drakes, wait. We do not know what—" The warning died as Vulkan's fingers closed around the distortion. It was like closing his hand on the sun. For an instant, his body froze. The light leapt up his arm, coursing along the fissures in his flesh, turning him into a walking silhouette of burning veins. Every scar he had ever taken, every place he had ever been wounded, lit up at once. He saw all his deaths in one heartbeat, every blade that had entered him, every bullet, every explosion that had taken him apart, every time the warp had eaten him and spat him out. The weight of those endings crushed down. Then the pressure reversed. The unbound flame recognized its rightful owner. Energy roared from the core, not into the bastion, but back along the chain that had held it. The metaphysical anchors that pinned the fortress to the edge of the rift screamed as they were torn free. Sigils burned out. Chains of light snapped. The entire structure shuddered, its stolen mass no longer humming in tune with the currents of unreality. Across the fleet, auger screens spasmed. The bastion's icon on the hololith flickered and began to drift, no longer a fixed point, but a tumbling mass coming free of its unnatural anchor. "Status," Tushan demanded. "Fortress. Destabilizing," cried a tech adept. "Its warp lock is failing. It is slipping from the rift's lip. If it falls in," Garen's hollow rasped, "it will bleed into the wound. Its guns will be muted for a time, but not gone, and whatever they bound there will remain in reach of the plague gods." Inside the core chamber, the cracks spread. Chunks of the walls wrenched themselves free, floating in the air before jerking sideways into invisible wells. Flows of liquid metal reversed, running up instead of down. Men staggered as gravity forgot which way was which from one moment to the next. "Lord Vulkan!" Velkona shouted over the rising howl. "If you stay, you can keep it from falling. Your presence can bind it here, where we can destroy it piece by piece." Vulkan's hand tightened on the flame. He extended his senses, feeling the bastion's place between worlds. He could feel how a little force here, a little there, a few moments of effort could hold it against the rift's pull. He could become its new anchor, replacing the artificial constraints with his own will. He could spend himself holding this one fortress in place for years, centuries, a span his sons did not have. He saw other futures. If he let it fall, the bastion would tumble into the rift in pieces, its guns ripped apart by warp storms, its hull flensed by unreality. The unbound flame would either go with it or remain with him, depending on what he chose in this instant. But the immediate collapse would not be tidy. The energies would release in a storm that would scour the space around the fortress. Anything too close, plague ship or imperial cruiser, would be torn apart, dragged along with the bastion into the wound. He saw the arcs those ships were on, the vectors, the range. He saw imperial hulls in the kill zone, navy vessels and troop carriers that had burned toward the bastion in obedience to Tushan's command. He measured them against the risk of the Death Guard reclaiming even part of this weapon if he bought time for a careful dismantling. He had always been a smith. A smith knows that sometimes a flawed piece must be thrown back into the furnace and everything around it burned, rather than risk forging a weak blade. His decision was not slow. "Get out," he said. Stan stared at him. "Father, get your men out," Vulkan snapped. Tell Tushan to pull anything he can away from the blast. There is no time to argue, no time to wring your hands. Move! Velkona's eyes widened as he understood. You mean to break the peace, Vulkan said. All of it. No scrap left for carrion. Histan hesitated for the space of a heartbeat, then slammed his fist to his breastplate in a salute that was half obedience, half defiance. As you will, Lord of Drakes, he said, but I will not leave you to the fire alone. Vulkan's laugh was harsh. You think the fire can burn me any more than it already has? He asked. Go, son. This is work for a Primarch. He twisted his will around the unbound flame. Across the bastion, systems failed. Safeties that had held for millennia popped like rotten stitches. Magma channels burst. Warp conduits tore free and vomited unreality into the corridors. Demon engines screamed as the bonds that held them snapped, and the warp reclaimed its toys in a frenzy. The fortress began to come apart. On the flame-wrought, alarms hit a new pitch. The bastion is collapsing, Kazlan shouted over the roar. Mass shedding in all directions. Energy spike rising far beyond previous discharge. It is going to blow. Signal all ships, Tushan said. Hard about. Any vessel within the outer defense ring, turn and run. Anyone with teleport capacity, lock on to our boarding beacons. Pull them out. He knew they were too close. He knew some ships would not answer in time. He gave the orders anyway. Garen's Hollow watched him, unreadable. You see, the Inquisitor murmured. You see the choices he makes. In the core, the world became a vortex. Stone, metal, and demon flesh spun in concentric storms around the chamber. Gravity reversed and reversed again, making men slam into floor, ceiling, walls. Fire drakes dragged wounded brothers toward the teleport beacons, their boots leaving trails of blood and pus. Histan grabbed Velkona by the arm and hauled him toward the nearest beacon. The librarian tried to protest, but his legs no longer listened. His last view of the chamber was of Vulkan standing at its center, hand buried in an impossible knot of light, chains of energy whipping around him. The Primarch's expression was not noble, it was not serene. It was a snarl of effort and fury. Teleport runes flared, emerald light swallowed them. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then the bastion died. From the fleet, it looked like a star going mad. The fortress ballooned, its edges blurring, then spit chunks of itself outwards in every direction. Slabs of rock and metal flew like continents hurled by an angry god. A halo of warp fire erupted around it, washing over the nearest plague ships and tearing them to vapor, hulls imploding as unreality dug its claws in. Imperial cruisers too close to the blast fared no better. A Navy battleship on the verge of clearing the danger zone took the wave on its flank. Its shields held for a glorious, impossible instant, then failed. The blast rolled down its length, tearing slot after slot of gun decks open, hurling burning debris into the void. The ship hung there, gutted, before breaking into sections that tumbled end over end into the roiling edge of the rift. A troop carrier, already wounded, simply vanished in the flare, leaving behind only a trail of spinning, charred fragments. On the flame rot, every system screamed. Kazlan was thrown from his feet as the shockwave hit, slamming into the deck hard enough to drive the breath from his lungs. The lights went out for a moment, then flickered back. Where the bastion had hung, there was now a boiling, collapsing cloud of rubble and warp fire. The knot of unreality that had been forming from the first shot shuddered, its edges tearing wider, then began to fold in on itself, dragged down by the fortress's dying mass. The unbound weapon was gone. So were a score of ships that had borne the Aquila. In the flame-wrought's teleportarium, bodies appeared amid crackling energy. Fire drakes materialized in showers of steam, some standing, some on their knees, some already dead. the teleport sequences having brought across more pieces than whole. A man appeared screaming waist up, his lower half left behind in the collapsing bastion. Another materialized fused with a section of broken piping, metal spearing through his torso. Tech Marines and serfs moved among them with grim efficiency, dragging those who lived off. The arrival pads, clearing those who did not. Histan staggered into existence with Velkona slumped against him. The librarian's eyes fluttered open, then rolled back. Behind them, drawn last, came a shape that barely fit within the teleport chamber's volume. Vulkan appeared hunched, shoulders brushing the ceiling, feet cracking the metal of the platform. He still held the unbound flame, which had condensed into a knot of light, burned into the flesh of his palm. Chains of energy hung from his limbs and then snapped, withering into nothing as real space reasserted itself. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then Tushan stepped forward, helm under his arm, eyes on the giant they had dragged out of legend. The deck shook again as the dying echoes of the bastion's collapse skated across the fleet. Vox channels crackled with casualty reports, names of ships, numbers of dead. Words like sector and regiment and battle group lost their meaning when measured against the raw tide of lives spent. Geren stood in the teleportarium's gallery, flanked by stormtroopers, his old face more lined than ever. "The weapon is destroyed," he said. "The Death Guard will not reforge that particular hammer. For that, the Imperium will sing your Primarch's praises." He looked down at the salamanders kneeling or struggling to stand in the wake of the teleport. "Those ships he sacrificed were loyal," the Inquisitor went on. "Guardians who died without even knowing why their hulls were turned into slag. For that, I will reserve my hymns." Vulkan lifted his head. His eyes burned, but there was no madness in them now, only a terrible clarity. "They died for something that will not rise against them," he said. His voice filled the chamber, low and final. "Better that than to leave the blade in the enemy's forge and hope they never find the strength to swing it." He looked around at the sons who had come for him, at the serfs and tech marines, and the single mortal officer who dared meet his gaze. "This is the first lesson," Vulkan said. "I have burned for an age. I have watched worlds die for nothing. I will not waste death on half measures. If you cannot bear that, you should have left me on the cross." No one answered him. Outside, in the bleeding dark of the Imperium Nihilus, the ruins of the bastion sank screaming into the great rift, taking with them an unnumbered tally of lives and a weapon that would never again tear holes in the galaxy. The Crusade fleet drifted amid the expanding cloud of wreckage, smaller for its victory, its formation ragged, its vox nets thick with grief and disbelief. On the flame-wrought, under the eyes of his brothers, Vulkan took his first steps among the living once more, leaving behind a trail of cooling, smoking footprints, and the knowledge that his return had already cost more loyal blood than most wars. The first tremor rolled through Vurgu's bones before the sirens began to wail. He was in the lift cage when it hit, standing shoulder to shoulder with other miners, palms still gritty with obsidian dust, respirator hanging loose around his neck. The cage shuddered, the chains above groaning, the rock walls flashing past as they rose toward the surface. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to twitch sideways. Vurgu's teeth clicked together hard enough to hurt. Someone behind him cursed. A crate of grav tools rattled, metal clanging against the floor. Then came the second tremor. It was not a clean jolt. It was a long, rolling motion, like the whole mountain had shifted its weight upon ancient haunches. Dust cascaded from the lift shaft walls. The cage swung, chains shrieking. A few men cried out, more in shock than fear. "Quake," someone grunted. "Just a quake." There were always quakes on Nocturne. The sanctuary cities had been built not in defiance of that reality, but in partnership with it, perched on basalt plateaus that rode the molten tides rather than trying to stand against them. But this felt different. The lift slammed to a halt at the surface, hurling Virgu and the others against the bars. The gates rattled open. Heat washed in, thick and immediate, carrying with it the ever-present tang of ash. The sky above the mining concourse boiled. Glow clouds roiled overhead, lit from beneath by the red of the lava flows that wound through the city like rivers of open wound. Normally their flickering was almost soothing, a reminder of the Promethean creed, that fire was both threat and shelter. Now they churned like storm surf. Beyond them, the mountain itself shuddered. Mount Deathfire's slopes ran with lava in constant slow cataracts. Tonight those flows were white-yellow, pouring faster, casting harsh shadows across the sanctuary city. Plumes of fire belched from new vents opening along the mountainside, geysers punching up into the low clouds. The sound of it was not the usual steady murmur, but a ragged roar, as if the volcano was laughing. "Back underground!" a foreman bellowed, voice cracked with panic. "Get back down, you fools, before the plates shift." No one moved. It was not the mountain that held them. It was the pressure. Virgu felt it settle over the city like a hand. A weight pressed down on his shoulders, on his skull, on the meat of his thoughts. His knees weakened. His heart stuttered. Every instinct screamed at him to get low, get small, make himself as unthreatening as possible before whatever was coming crested the horizon. All around him, other men were dropping to their knees on the lava-warmed stone, hands pressed to the rock, some muttering half-remembered catechisms, others gasping wordless prayers. The sirens that had begun to sound across the sanctuary city shifted tone, from the rising fall of quake warning to a long, continuous howl Virgu had only heard once before, during a warp storm that had blacked out the sky for days. A shadow passed, over the concourse. Virgu looked up. The ship came in low over the city, prow lights off, hull catching the glow of the lava flows. It was not as vast as the orbital docks, not as bulky as a freighter, but it was still a mountain of metal to men like him. Its emerald hull was engraved with drakes and fire. Its ventral plates glowed with the reflected light of the molten rivers, making it seem as if it floated on flame. Dropships peeled away from its flanks, smaller blades of steel sliding through the air toward the landing platforms cut into the plateau's edge. Columns of dust and ash rose where their engines bit into the rock. The pressure spiked as the ship passed overhead, a silent thunder that made Virgu's ears ring. He did not know then that across Nocturne the same thing was happening. Sanctuary cities that had stood half an age shook as if in terror. Lava lakes frothed, vomiting gouts of fire that reached for the ragged clouds. In hab blocks and forge halls and shrine caverns, men and serfs and visiting off-worlders dropped to the ground, clutching their heads, eyes rolling as a mind far larger than theirs brushed against their souls without intention and left them trembling. The Primarch of the Salamanders had come home, and the planet felt it. The street Virgu lived on ran between two lava channels, a narrow artery of black stone and metal bridges. On still nights, the light from the flows painted the walls in restless red, and the air shivered with heat. Tonight, that heat was a living thing. He had meant to go straight to his habitation cubicle, to bolt the door, and ride out whatever was happening with his back to cooling rock. Instead, he found his feet carrying him deeper into the city, toward the landing platforms. He was not alone. Men filled the streets, some still in mining gear, others in forge aprons, some in the branded fatigues of serfs assigned to the fortress monastery above. No one spoke above a mutter. Every face Virgu saw was tight with the same warring impulses: run and hide, or get close enough to see before you died. The crowd gathered at the edge of a wide avenue carved into the basalt, a road that led straight from the landing platforms toward the heart of the sanctuary city. Lava ran in channels on either side, held in place by carefully cut stone lips. The air above the flow danced with heat haze. Vorgu pushed through until he reached the front rank. No one protested. No one cared. All attention was fixed on the landing platform. The thunder of engines rose and then cut. An armored ramp crashed down onto basalt, ringing like a hammer on an anvil. Salamanders emerged. They came in a line, each step measured, each boot striking sparks from the stone. Their armor was the deep emerald of the chapter, trimmed in black and brass, etched with drakes and flames. Helm lenses burned like coals. Some bore thunderhammers, others bolt guns and combi weapons. Cloaks of flayed drakehide flowed from their shoulders, moving strangely in the heated air. Vorgu had seen Astartes before, in brief, distant glimpses. Patrols along the city perimeters. A chaplain presiding over a Promethean rite. They had been terrifying enough then, giants whose very presence reminded every man how small he was. This was worse. They were escort. The presence walked among them. He was taller than any of the others by a head and more. His armor was a ruin rebuilt. Plates of green and black and dull gold fused together, some still scored and warped from recent heat. In some places, whole sections of metal looked as if they had been poured into shape rather than forged, flowing around his limbs like cooled magma. Light leaked from cracks in his skin, where it showed between plates, a dull, banked glow. He did not wear a helm. His face was carved from obsidian, lines of scar and burn making canyons across his features. His eyes were furnaces, molten gold sunk deep in darkness. When those eyes swept the crowd, Vorgu felt them pass over him like a blast from an open forge, leaving his skin prickling and his thoughts momentarily blank. He had grown up with statues of that face looming over him. He had traced those features in chipped stone in the shrine alcoves. He had seen crude inked sketches of them on the arms of other miners, tattoos done with broken needles and shared blood. In none of those depictions had the Primarch looked this wrong. Not wrong like a demon, Vorgu thought, though he was no scholar to know the difference. Wrong like a storm out of season, like a volcano erupting on a day the augurs had called safe. He is a disaster in armor, Vorgu thought, watching him approach, a walking calamity, not a savior, a catastrophe that happens to hate the same enemies we do. The pressure of Vulkan's presence mounted as he drew near, then dipped, as if he were consciously pulling it back. It did little. Men around Vorgu trembled, some weeping openly, others hammering their fists against their own chests in the salamander's salute without really knowing why. One of the escorting Astartes, his cloak marked with the sign of the Forge Father, glanced briefly at the crowd as they passed. His eyes, too, were embers, but there was something recognizable in them. Human concern, maybe. Worry. For a moment, Vorgu met that gaze. Then they were gone, the Primarch and his sons moving down the lava-lit avenue toward the fortress monastery that rose out of the plateau like a blackened tooth, leaving the citizens behind on their knees in the flux of heat and awe and fear. In the halls of the Promethean cult, the fire burned brighter. The sanctum was a cathedral carved into the heart of the fortress on Prometheus, the moon that served as the chapter's anvil. Pillars shaped like upthrust drake claws supported a ceiling painted in soot and old smoke. Magma channels cut through the floor, the molten rock contained in narrow beds, etched with runes of warding. Forges ringed the chamber, each one a mouth that breathed heat and light. Forge masters waited along the outer circle, their great frames bare-armed, aprons scored with burn marks and oil stains. Chains hung from the ceiling above them, holding relics wrapped in glimmering stasis fields, their shapes indistinct, their presence oppressive. At the center stood the altar, a slab of black basalt, its surface polished to a mirror sheen by centuries of touch. Upon it, laid out in precise order, were 8 artifacts of Vulkan. A spear whose blade flickered with contained fire, a gauntlet studded with black gems that pulsed like cooling coals, an anvil that seemed too heavy for the plinth that held it, yet sat there as if mass meant nothing to it. Other relics, less easily named, each carrying a weight in the air that made mortal lungs labor. The 9th lay in Vulkan's hand. He had refused to entrust the unbound flame to any cage since dragging it out of the bastion's core. It did not look like much now, not to eyes that saw only surface. It was a brand burned into his palm, a knot of light sunk beneath calloused skin, its edges flickering with colors real fire never made. Tushan watched from the foot of the altar, his massive bulk framed by the glow. Histan stood beside him, head bowed, hands at his sides. Velkona waited in the shadows beyond, the hood of his armor down, warp light tracing faint sigils in the air around him. Vulkan approached the altar without ceremony. The Forge Masters dropped to one knee as he passed, heads bowed. He ignored the gesture, eyes fixed on the array of his past work. He stopped at the slab, looking down at the relics. For a moment, none of the giants spoke. Then Vulkan reached out. His fingers closed around the haft of the spear. He lifted it, weighing it in his hand, feeling the familiar balance. "I forged this," he said, almost to himself. "On this world. With this anvil, I quenched it in lava, from death fire, and tempered it in the blood of a drake. I designed it to be heavy enough that only a warrior with my blood could wield it properly." He flicked the spear once, flame rippling along its edge. "I was young," he said. "I was arrogant." He set the spear down again with a clack of metal on stone. He picked up the gauntlet, turned it over, watching the reflections in its gems. "These were never meant to be weapons for me," he said, louder now, voice filling the hall. "You understand that, do you not?" He looked up, fixing the Forge Masters with his gaze. They shifted under it, these giants who had never bowed their heads to anyone but their chapter master and their god of the fire. "They were tests," Vulkan went on. "Trials. I scattered them so that my sons would have to learn to seek, to sacrifice, to value more than the immediate campaign, to think in terms of ages, not battles." He let the gauntlet fall back to the altar. "And you passed," he said, slowly, imperfectly. "But you passed, all 9, brought together at last." He spread his fingers, showing them the brand in his palm. Light pulsed there, answering the unspoken recognition between relic and creator. Tushan stepped forward. "We believed you would return when the artifacts were united," he said. Vulkan snorted. "I intended nothing so melodramatic," he said. "I expected to use them myself one day, when the time was right. The galaxy had other plans." He looked down the length of the altar again. "They were never your destiny," he said. "You were theirs. You have been proving yourselves to them for 10,000 years. Now their work is done. It is time for mine to resume." The Council of Fire convened in the same hall once the relics were secured. The forges were banked to a lower roar, but the heat was still fierce. Flames licked from the magma channels, painting the assembled faces in restless orange. Chaplains stood along the walls, skull helms glinting. Captains of the Salamander's companies took their seats on carved stone benches, armor creaking, pauldrons scraping. Tushan took his throne at the head of the chamber, the stone seat carved in the likeness of a drake's open jaws. Histan stood to his right, Velkona to his left. Inquisitor Garen occupied a lower platform near the altar, data slates stacked at his elbow, their rune screens muted. Vulkan did not sit. He paced. His footfalls rang against the stone. The heat in the chamber seemed to follow him, rising where he walked, lowering when he moved away, as if the fire itself recognized its master. His gaze moved over the faces of his sons, over the insignia that marked companies and specialities and campaigns. He saw history there. He saw compromise. "You have fought," he said. I will not say you have been idle while I burned on my cross. I have seen the scars on your armor. I have seen the gene seed taken from your dead. You have not lain down and let the night roll over you. He turned, walking back the other way. But you have been playing in the shallows. He spoke the last word like an insult. For 10,000 years, you have fought wars like a man with a hammer standing on a beach, battering at waves, he said. Every time the sea reaches for your home, you step forward and strike. You break that wave, and the next, and the next. You praise yourselves for each breaker you shatter. You write sagas about the spray in your faces, and all the while, the tide rises around your ankles. He stopped, turning to face Tushan. How many worlds have you saved? He asked. Tushan's eyes narrowed. As many as we could, he said. Some lost, many held. And how many times have you broken the hands that reach for those worlds? Vulkan said. Not just the fingers, not just the soldiers on the ground. The hands, the arms, the hearts that drive. Them. He swept an arm toward the hololithic projector set into the floor, its surface currently dark. You have fought hammer blows on sand, he said. Impressive to those watching, satisfying to the one swinging, but ultimately meaningless. The sea does not care which wave you break. It will send another. Velkona shifted, staff clinking softly. We have done what we could with what we had, he said. The Imperium is not the Great Crusade anymore. We are not legions. We are chapters, bound by codex and decree. We cannot wage war the way you did. Cannot, Vulkan repeated. Or will not. He rounded on Histan. Forge Father, you have led quest and campaign both. How many times have you been ordered to hold a line that has no value beyond pride? How many times have you been told to bleed men to defend a world whose only contribution is the symbol on its flag? Histan's jaw clenched. Too many, he admitted. Vulkan nodded once, sharply. We will not do that any longer, he said. We will not spend our strength propping up rotten walls while the foundations crumble. We will take the fire to the places that matter. We will crack entire sectors open and pour the enemy out like slag. No more hammering waves. We will shatter the shore itself. Total annihilation, Garen said quietly. That is what you propose. Vulkan looked down at him. What I propose, he said, is that we stop pretending we can save everything. We cannot. The galaxy is too large, the enemy too many. We must become selective, ruthless. There are worlds we will save. There are worlds we will abandon. There are worlds we will burn ourselves rather than let the enemy feed on them. A murmur ran through the captains. One rose, his plate marked with the sign of a company that spent more time among mortals than most. His cloak, stitched with honors, earned defending refugee convoys and hive evacuations. Lord of Drakes, he said, voice level. Our creed is to protect the weak. We are salamanders. We stand between the fire and those who cannot bear it. How does abandoning worlds sit with that? Vulkan's gaze did not waver. It sits on the anvil of reality, he said. Protecting the weak does not mean throwing every life we have into every blaze until we fall into the coals and leave them alone anyway. It means deciding which walls will hold and which will not, and putting our shoulders where the weight can be borne. If a world cannot be saved without dooming 10 more, we do not save it. We mourn it. We avenge it. Then we move on. The captain sank slowly back into his seat, eyes shadowed. Garen cleared his throat softly. Before you redraw the galaxy in ash and conviction, Lord Primarch, he said, you should see what it has become. He picked up a data slate, thumbed it to life. Runes crawled across its surface. He flicked his fingers, sending the image up into the hololith. Stars appeared, sectors, lines of supply, worlds marked in red and black and grey, fire symbols where warp storms made travel impossible, a smouldering wound where the Great Rift split the map like a gash. This, Garen said, is the Imperium you have returned to. The High Lords sit on terror behind walls thicker than any you knew, attended by armies of scribes and sycophants. The bureaucratic edifice your brother Robute raised to keep the Imperium stable has metastasized into something even he struggles to move. He gestured again. Images shifted, hollow pics of shrine worlds, their spires crowned not with Aquila alone, but with icons of the ecclesiarchy. Processions of robed priests leading crowds in fervent worship of the imperial cult. Statues of the emperor carved in styles that had more in common with saints of old religions than with the stern truth of the master of mankind. The ecclesiarchy rules the hearts of billions, Garen said. They preach the emperor as a god. They preach his sons as angels. They preach your deeds as miracles. They do not speak of what he was, only what they need him to be. He brought up another image. Robute Guilliman on a balcony, armor gleaming, a crowd roaring below. Around him, banners of the Adeptus Administratum, scrolls of law and decree. Behind him, the shadow of the golden throne. He bears the weight as best he can, Garen said, but he is shackled as much by what your Imperium has become as by those who oppose it openly. Vulkan stared. The fire in his eyes did not dim, it changed. Fury went inward for a heartbeat, focusing. They worship him, he said. The words were flat, not a question. They do, Garen said, as a god of mankind, as a sun that never sets, as a corpse that still rules. The hall was silent enough that the crackle of the magma channels seemed deafening. Vulkan's jaw worked. For a moment he said nothing. Then the words came, low and vicious. He did not want that, he said. He despised that. He tried to burn the very idea of gods out of the species. He wanted men to stand on their own feet, to carry their own weight, and now they kneel to his corpse and call that strength. He looked around the hall, at the chaplains and captains and serfs. You bow to him in your hearts, he said. I can feel it. Not as leader, not as father, as idol. You light candles to him. You carve his likeness in stone. You tell children he watches them from a gilded chair and will scowl if they sin. He spat on the basalt floor, the spittle hissing where it struck the hot stone. The high lords sit on their piles of parchment and pontificate, he went on. Priests scream his name and burn those who disagree. The administratum chokes entire sectors in red tape, while people starve waiting for cargo holds to be opened. A corpse-worshipping imperium, as corrupt and paralyzed as any decadent empire in history. And you ask me to worry about its feelings when I say I will burn institutions. He pointed toward the hololith, toward Terra's glowing glyph. I will burn anything that does not serve the survival of humanity, he said. High lords, councils, cathedrals, whole orders. If they stand between me and the enemy, I will put them in the same furnace. The only distinction I will make is for those who cannot choose where they stand. The common man, the serf, the miner, the farmer, the child. They are not my fuel. They are what the fire is for. His gaze softened for a heartbeat when he said it, as if remembering something far away. Then the edge returned. You built a cult around a corpse, he said. I will build a crucible around a war. In the lower habstacks of the sanctuary city that night, Brother Darek sat with his back to a basalt wall and listened to the Primarch's words echo through the voxnet. He had removed his helm out of habit when he came among the civilians. His obsidian skin caught the light of the lava flows through the narrow window, his eyes dim embers. His armor plates were stacked in the corner, within reach but out of the way. He wore only the black body glove and a cloak, trying not to fill the room with too much of his presence. Before him, on mats laid over the warm stone floor, lay a handful of children too exhausted to be afraid anymore, their breaths slow and steady. Their parents slept in adjacent alcoves, bodies curled around meager possessions, trusting the salamander in the doorway to keep the dark at bay. He had been on Nocturne's surface the night the Primarch arrived. He had felt the quakes, the pressure. Now he listened as Vulkan's voice rolled through the fortress's internal vox and into the sanctuary's cheap receiver, every word reaching him with perfect clarity. Crucible, annihilation, sacrifice. Darek looked down at the nearest sleeping child, a boy with scars on his forearms from the testing fires, his skin darkened from a lifetime of heat. The boy's hand twitched in his sleep, fingers curling as if grasping for an imaginary hammer. Protect the weak, Darek thought. That was the first commandment he had learned, not as words in a book, but as a hand on his shoulder and a voice telling him that every ounce of strength given to him by gene seed and training was a debt owed to those who would never have either. He could feel the truth in Vulkan's calculus. In his bones, Darek knew the chapter could not save every world. He had seen too many die to the indifferent cruelty of the stars. But the idea of abandoning some by design, of choosing not even to try, scraped against something essential in him. He wondered, not for the first time, if there was space between the Primarch's fury and the Salamander's creed where a man like him could stand without being torn apart. News came during the council that gave Vulkan his opening. A runner brought it in the old way, physical presence racing through the forge halls rather than voxed words. He was a serf, small and wiry, his skin slick with sweat, his lungs raw from sprinting up from the astropathic chambers. He knelt at the foot of the altar, panting, his voice hoarse as he delivered the report. Chaos fleets in multiple sectors, he gasped. Retaliatory pushes. The Death Guard are overcommitting assets in at least 3 campaigns. Word bearers as well, world eaters. They throw strength at anything they think might be connected to the Bastion's destruction. Some sectors report more enemy than they have seen in generations. Velkona's eyes half closed as he reached for the warp echoes of those movements, feeling the agitation and rage of the arch-enemy spread like blood spilled in water. They are angered, he said, confused. They have lost a weapon and do not understand how. They are lashing out, trying to force us to spend the advantage we have taken from them. Garen's thin mouth quirked. And in doing so, he said, they leave other flanks thin. Vulkan smiled. It was not a comforting expression. They have made a mistake, he said. They have moved like butchers, not like smiths. They have put too much metal on the anvil in one place. That means there is less elsewhere. He turned to Tushan. We have an opening, he said. A window where the enemy has committed its reserves to stupid rage. We will not see many chances like this. We must strike not as a chapter, not as a fleet, but as an idea. What idea? Tushan asked quietly. A crusade, Vulkan said. Not the petty piecemeal campaigns of the last 10,000 years. A crucible. We will call it that. The Crucible Crusade. We gather as many forces as can be spared. Salamanders, allied chapters, Guard, Navy, Titans, Knights. We coordinate across sectors. We do not respond to every plea. We decide which enemy nexuses matter most. Then we crush them so completely that nothing useful crawls from the rubble. He pointed again to the hololith, now showing highlighted sectors where chaos strength had surged. In these places, they have overcommitted, he said. In others, they have left themselves thin. We hit the latter, while they stare at the former. We burn out staging grounds, demon worlds, manufactorums that feed their war. We judge worlds not on how loudly they call for aid, but on how much their survival contributes to the long war for humanity. And those that do not measure up? Tushan asked. Vulkan did not hesitate. We leave them, he said. Or we kill them ourselves if their fall would poison the rest. There is no room left for sentiment. The fire does not care which log burns. It cares only that enough heat is produced to keep the cold away. Silence fell again. Tushan sat very still upon his throne. In the shifting light, his scarred face might have been carved from the same basalt as the walls. He thought of the worlds they had already failed to save, of the men he had ordered into hopeless battles because some distant Lord Militant or Cardinal or Admiral had declared a planet spiritually significant. He thought of the children on Nocturne's hab floor, sleeping with the warmth of lava under their backs and trust in their salamanders over their heads. He thought of Vulkan's words, of the brutal arithmetic that lay behind them, hammer blows on sand. He had led the chapter through wars that would have broken lesser men. He had watched his brothers die for principles older than the Imperium itself. Now his gene sire stood before him, living proof that the legends were not just stories, offering a path that promised victories on a scale he could barely imagine, at a cost he could barely accept. The council was dismissed in formal words, but no one truly left. They drifted away in silence, each giant carrying his own burden of thought into the forges and chapels and training halls. Tushan remained on his throne until the hall was empty, save for the molten rivers and the hiss of the stone. At last he rose and walked alone to one of the magma channels. He looked down into the slow, glowing flow. Reflected there he saw fire and the shadow of a drake's head and his own face shifting between them. He could feel Vulkan's presence elsewhere in the fortress, a pressure like a hammer on an anvil, already driving plans into shape. "If I stand against him," Tushan murmured to the fire, "I stand against a Primarch, against my gene sire, against the will that shaped our creed." The lava bubbled, sending up a gust of hotter air. "If I stand with him," he went on, "I may watch everything we built to shield the weak reforged into a weapon that uses them as fuel." The flames did not answer. They only burned. Tushan closed his eyes. In his mind, he saw the Crucible Crusade as Vulkan envisioned it. Fleets on the move, world after world judged and weighed, some lifted, others thrown into the furnace. He saw salamanders leading assaults that left entire sectors scoured clean, both enemy and innocent, reduced to ash in pursuit of a colder safety. He saw the alternative, keeping to the old ways, fighting wherever the Imperium pointed them, watching the tide rise, hammering waves until their arms gave out, and the sea claimed them anyway. Between disaster and catastrophe, there was very little light. "I am chapter master," he said softly, "but I am also son." He opened his eyes, watching the molten rock crawl past. "I will walk beside him," he decided. "For now, I will carry our creed into his shadow and see if it can survive there. If it cannot..." He let the thought trail off. He did not know yet what he would do if that day came. Kill a Primarch, defy a god of war. He put his hand out over the magma, feeling the heat lick at his scarred skin. "In flame," he whispered. "We are tested." The fire roared softly up at him, as if in agreement, and far above, on the surface of Nocturne, the volcanoes rumbled in their sleep as a world waited to see what its returned sun would make of it. The Crucible Crusade did not launch so much as detonate. On the strategium decks of 100 flagships, hololithic galaxies flared to life. Sector after sector lit up in a spiderweb of crimson and gold, each light a battle group, a Titan legion, a regimental cluster of the Astra Militarum. Fleet dispositions that had once been jealously guarded, compartmentalized and fractured by distance and doctrine, were dragged into a single, brutal pattern. Kazlan watched one of those patterns from his station on the flame wrought. The hololith rose from the pit like a burning globe, shedding motes of light into the air. Green runes marked Salamander's vessels, blue marked Allied chapters, white marked Navy carrier lines. Bands of ochre and sigil-coded grey denoted Titan legions and night houses. Red knots showed enemy strong points, cluster after cluster of chaos-held systems linked by warp routes like veins. Once, the Holy Terror's Stratcom had tried to impose this kind of orchestration. Once, Robout had stood at similar pits and moved markers like a god of war playing with toys. Now Vulkan stood there. The Primarch was a dark bulk at the edge of the projection, the flickering light of 100 battlefronts painting his scarred face. Tushan stood at his shoulder, massive arms folded. Histan waited nearby, his cloak's drake hide scorched along the edges from recent campaigns. Velkona's hooded form lingered in the background, warp light wandering like faint ghosts around his psychic helm. "Here," Vulkan said, pointing. The motion scattered icons like sparks. A chain of enemy-held systems lit up. Forge worlds twisted into demon nests. Shrine worlds perverted into altars. Void choke points held by plague fleets. Burn these out, not in the way you have done before, with raids and sieges and a few pretty orbital strikes. Crack the crusts, boil the seas, tear up the void roots, leave nothing that can be used as a staging point. I do not want to hear that a single battle group translates from these places ever again. He moved his hand. Here, we fortify. These systems feed the rest. Strip 3 for the sake of one if you must. The war is not about how many worlds have our flag. It is about how many worlds can still send steel and flesh where it is needed. A Navy admiral, his medals like a rusted stain on his chest, swallowed hard. Lord Vulkan, some of those worlds are centuries-old hive planets. Their populations number in the tens of billions. The loss will be immense, Vulkan said. If that is the argument, you have already lost the galaxy. The question is not how many die. The question is whether their deaths purchase anything but a line in a memorial. Catechism. He turned his head, eyes burning. This is the Crucible Crusade, he said. We are not here to prop up hollow shells because they are old or they make priests feel better. We are here to decide what survives the next age. Armies, fleets, legions, regiments. You all fall under this pattern. You will not like it. You will obey it. The hololith pulsed. Lines of fire reached out from the core fleets like hammer blows. Somewhere on that sphere, a single point flashed brighter. Dargos. The hive world of Dargos had once been a monument to imperial industry. From orbit, it looked like a cluster of knives driven into a ball of black stone. Hive spires rose through layers of cloud and smog, their pinnacles studded with Vox arrays and anti-orbital platforms. Transport lanes webbed between them in straight lines, neat and regular, like the strokes of a calligrapher's brush. Now those straight lines had been turned into glyphs. From the troop decks of the troop, carriers descending toward the surface. Guardsmen looked out through armored viewports and saw heresy written in steel and fire. Entire city stacks had been carved into symbols of chaos, their upper tiers reshaped with explosives and servitor labor to form vast, leering runes when seen from above. Blood ran down their sides in channels, dripping from sacrificial tears into the lower levels like an obscene waterfall. Billions lived there still, if the word lived could be applied. Cultists thronged in the avenues, chanting. Heretics held the manufactory levels and the spires. Demon machines prowled through hab slums, their metal limbs wet with gore. On the command deck of the primary assault carrier, Vulkan watched Dargos grow in the viewport. Maps of the hive stacks floated before him, ghosted in the air. Each spire was ringed in defense ratings, shield estimates, projected enemy reserves. Picked captures showed titanic silhouettes moving between the towers, corrupted engines the size of hab blocks, demon titans whose hulls seeped blood. Local maps of the planetary defense forces scrolled alongside. Dargos has 10 primary hive cities, Histan reported. 7 have declared for the enemy. 1 is holding, 2 are contested. Planetary defense forces are dug in across the transit tiers. They have numbers, but their morale is broken, Vulkan said. He studied the display. Use them anyway. Histan glanced at Tushan. The chapter master's jaw tightened. Vulkan stabbed a finger at 3 of the enemy-held hives. 3-pronged assault, he said. First spear, the local defense forces. Every man who can hold a rifle. They go in first, up the transit channels, full frontal pushes. No finesse, They draw the Titan's guns, the heavy batteries, the demon engines. When the enemy commits their largest assets to grinding those men into paste, he moved his hand. Second spear, our Astartes, Thunderhawk insertion onto the mid-tiers while the Titans look down. Kill their command nodes, crack their gun spires, get inside their shields and choke them with their own guts. He shifted again, finger stabbing toward the planetary surface below the hives. Third spear, God machines, bring up the Titans, Warlord and Reaver class engines, have them advance behind the local forces, and then stride over their corpses into melee with anything left standing once we have bled the guns dry. The commissar standing near the hololith paled. He was young, his face still bearing traces of the boy he had been, but his eyes were old with trench nights and firing squads. Lord Vulkan, he said carefully, the local defense forces number in the hundreds of millions. Many are impressed levies who never chose to be here. You are turning them into bait. Yes, Vulkan said. The commissar swallowed. With respect, is that necessary? Vulkan looked at him as if seeing him for the first time, eyes narrowing slightly. What is your name? He asked. Commissar Jeren, Lord. Commissar Jeren, Vulkan said. How long would it take to grind down those Titans and defenses if we committed the Astartes and Legios first, reserving the defense forces behind them? Jeren hesitated. Months, he admitted. Perhaps years. Hives like this do not fall quickly. And how many worlds burn elsewhere while we waste months clawing this one to pieces? Vulkan asked. How many enemy fleets rebuild while we play at honorable assault? Jeren licked dry lips. Many, he said. Blood and bullets are cheap, Vulkan said. Time is not. The only resource in this age that cannot be replaced is the span in which we still have any chance of winning. I will spend flesh to buy time. Yours, mine, theirs. If that horrifies you, you are free to go shout about it on some parade ground that will not exist in a century. He turned away. Begin the landings, he ordered. Signal the defense force commanders. They will advance, or I will find ones who will. Jeren stood rigid, every instinct revolted. He had executed men for less callousness. He had shot officers who sent their soldiers into obvious death without justification. Here, though, his pistol might as well have been a child's toy. He watched the Primarch's broad back as Vulkan left the deck, Dawnbringer resting against his shoulder, crimson light crawling along the hammer's edges. Dargos burned. The first wave hit the city stacks like a tide of meat. Regiments of the planetary defense forces poured into the lift spines, onto the transit rails, up the maintenance stairways that threaded the hive's lower levels. Men in ill-fitting flak armor and rebreathers charged through choke points already slick with the viscera of the units that had gone before. They died in droves. Heavy guns tore them apart, ripping trenches in their ranks. Demon engines, all claws and shrieking mouths, waded into the mobs and churned flesh into slurry. Titans strode at the bases of the hives, their guns painting fans of fire across the approaches, each stride crushing hundreds underfoot. The men did not break. Some had commissars behind them with pistols drawn. Some had salamanders watching from fire points, their silent judgment more terrifying than any gun. Others simply had nowhere else to go.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Behind them was nothing but ash and the cold certainty of starvation. Ahead, at least, there was something to hit. Every man who fell did so under the eyes of Auspec's crews, aboard Navy ships and Titan command decks. Every gun that fired lit a point on the grid. On the command deck of one of the god machines, a princeps watched target runes bloom across his screens and took grim satisfaction in the sacrifice. His warlord Titan's steps shook the ground, each footfall pulverizing bone and steel alike. Enemy batteries revealed, came the voice of his moderati. Fire arcs clear. They are all looking down. "Then we strike up," the princeps said, and fed the engine more hate. While the giants advanced, the Astartes descended. Thunderhawks knifed through flak clouds, their hulls scorched, engines howling. They dove into the mazes between hive spires, skimming past corrupted statuary and screaming cult masses. In their holds, salamanders stood in tight ranks, every plate of armor marked with ash sigils, eyes narrowed inside their helms. Vulkan rode at the front. The gunship's prow ramp blew open before it had fully settled against the side of the spire. The Primarch leapt out into a storm of tracer fire and warp lightning, Dawnbringer in both hands. The corrupted hive spire's outer skin was a nightmare of welded shrines and hanging cages. Chains swung in the hot wind, each bearing a man or woman in various states of dismemberment. Some still twitched. Some had been opened like cuts of meat in a butcher's shop, their insides painted in patterns on the walls. The first demon engine came at Vulkan across that obscene avenue, metal limbs tearing grooves in the stone. It was a tangle of blades and tubes, a spine made of spinal columns, a head that had once been a tank turret now fused with a leering skull. He hit it like a meteor. Dawnbringer rose and fell in a single smooth arc. The hammer connected with the demon engine's carapace and pulverized it. Armor shattered, gears snapped, demon flesh tore free in strips. The creature's scream cut off as its spirit was driven back into the warp with the force of the blow. Vulkan did not slow. He moved forward through fire. Bolts from cultist guns sparked and skittered off his armor, some punching shallow holes that glowed with inner light before sealing. Autocannon shells detonated against him, showering the approach with shrapnel and limbs, but he shrugged them off. Flame jetted from nozzles along his vambraces, washing over firing positions, turning gun crews into smoking piles of bone and fat. Salamanders flowed around him like smaller flames around a central blaze. They advanced in measured steps, bolt guns thudding, forming wedges that drove into the spire's outer defenses. War cries mingled with the panicked howls of the corrupted. Inside, the hive was worse. The corridors had been turned into veins. Flesh carpeted the floors, twitching underfoot. The walls were ribs of bone and rust. Doors had been replaced with sphincters of meat that opened and closed with obscene, wet sounds. The air was thick with steam, and the iron stink of blood. The salamanders burned it. Promethium spewed from flamers in long, roaring gouts. The living walls shrieked as they blackened and cracked, fluids boiling away. Cultists caught in the fire flailed for a moment, their skin sloughing in strips, then collapsed into heaps of char. Vulkan strode at the point of the assault, Dawnbringer smashing open bulkheads that resisted the flame. Each swing tore chunks of demon-grown metal free, sending shards spinning. Those fragments that landed on traitors cut them apart with cruel efficiency, as if even the debris of the Primarch's blows was unwilling to waste itself on inanimate objects. When they reached a wider chamber, a knot of enemy elites waited. Traitor officers in spiked armor stood with their retinues behind barricades of bone and steel. Sorcerers painted runes in the air, their hands wet with blood drawn from the throats of bound prisoners. Heavy weapon teams had set up in elevated positions, focusing their fire on the corridor's mouth. Vulkan did not slow. He walked into the storm. Shells shattered against his chestplate, tearing chunks of ceramite away, exposing the molten gleam beneath. Lass beams scored black lines across his armor. Warp bolts splashed against his helm and gauntlets, rebounding in coruscating showers that melted cultists into sludge. He reached up, hand closing around a bolt of raw sorcery as it flew. It squirmed in his fist, a knot of hate and stolen souls. He crushed it. The sorcerer who had cast it dropped to his knees, clutching his chest, blood spraying from his mouth. Vulkan vaulted the barricade in a single, impossible leap. He landed among the officers. Dawnbringer rose and fell and rose again. Every blow was a catastrophe. Heads burst like overripe fruit. torsos collapsed inward, crushed by force more suited to shattering fortresses. One officer tried to parry with a power sword. The blade vaporized on contact, its energy field snuffed out, and the hammer kept going, reducing man, armor and floor to a splatter of meat and twisted metal. Flame roared from Vulkan's vambraces, washing over a line of men who had raised their weapons to fire. Their bodies charred where they stood, blackening as they toppled, piling up against the far wall. He stepped over them, boots sinking slightly into the layers of cooked flesh. By the time the salamanders flooded into the chamber behind him, the floor was no longer visible. It was buried under a carpet of corpses, some still twitching, some fused together by heat and compressed gore. The survivors were dragged forward. Traitor officers who had surrendered when their lines broke were chained along the approach to the spire. They were stripped of armor, left in ragged fatigues that clung to them in bloody strips. Heavy iron spikes were driven through their ankles into the rock. Chains were looped around their wrists and necks, binding them to posts set at intervals along the road. Vulkan oversaw it all in silence. Salamanders moved among the prisoners, their faces blank behind their helms, their hands precise. They took no joy in this, but they did not hesitate. They had heard their Primarch's stories of the scouring. Some had read legends in the Tome of Fire of traitors peeled apart over days, their deaths more lesson than execution. Promethean braziers were lit along the line of chained men. The flames were not hot enough to kill quickly. Fire crawled over the traitors' legs, up their bellies, over their chests, eating skin, then fat, then muscle. Screams tore at the air, rising and falling, blending into a single, endless howl. Smoke climbed, thick and greasy, carrying the smell of cooked meat over the city. "In the scouring," Vulkan said, almost conversationally, to Tushan and Haystan, where they stood watched the spectacle. "We did this in the dark, under walls, under mountains, a necessary cruelty behind closed doors. We thought that was mercy." He gestured toward the burning men. "This is cleaner," he said. "We make it clear. You turn on humanity, this is where you end. Hanging on the approaches to your own strongholds, cooking in your own stench, watched by your own former comrades." Tushan's hands clenched behind his back until the ceramite creaked. "Some of these were pressed into service," he said quietly. "Some were conscripts. Some were born into rot. They never had a choice. They had a choice the moment they picked up a weapon against us instead of dropping it and running," Vulkan said. "There are wrongs that cannot be scraped off with excuses. Better a few lines of absolute consequence than 1,000 pages of situational ethics." Histan said nothing. Later, in the dim half-light of the flame-wrought chapel, he found his voice. He and Tushan stood before a simple basalt altar. The only illumination, the glow from the molten sigil of a drake set into its surface. "His methods work," Histan said. "Dargos was a slaughter, but it fell in weeks. The cult infrastructure is shattered. The Titans are gone. The surviving population will take generations to recover, but they will live under our banners, not the arch-enemies." "And the cost?" Tushan asked. Histan's mouth twisted. "We used the defense forces like kindling," he said. "We lined the roads with burning men. We turned hives into pyres. I do not deny the strategic logic. I question whether we can do this 10 times, 20 times, without burning something out of ourselves." Tushan looked at the molten sigil. "Our creed says protect the weak," he said. "His says break whatever must be broken so that anything survives. They are not entirely opposed, but they are not the same." Histan nodded slowly. "Will you stand against him?" he asked. Tushan exhaled, the sound like bellows emptying. "Not yet," he said. "For now, we temper him where we can. We stand between his rage and the innocents, as we always have. If the day comes when he reaches for them with full intent..." He did not finish. On a Forge world 3 campaigns later, the Crucible's fire burned in a different way. The planet's surface was a plain of factories and foundries, every horizon lined with chimneys and exhaust stacks. Skies of toxic ochre hung over a landscape of metal plate and ash. Titans lumbered between factorum halls like walking cathedrals. Now those cathedrals were cracked. Chaos siege fleets had pounded the Forge world for months, shelling its outer defenses, landing traitor companies, loosing demons in the machine spirits of its great engines. Warped engines stalked between manufactorums, killing anything that moved. Scrap code and blasphemous cant churned through the data stacks. In the main Magos conclave, Magos Dominus Harkel stood surrounded by shattered hololiths and screaming servitors, watching as icons winked out. His mechadendrites twitched nervously. His flesh eye rolled. His augmetic one fed him casualty figures and damage estimates. Most of them were already meaningless. The doors boomed open. Vulkan walked in, helmet carried at his side, cloak stained with oil and blood. Salamanders flanked him, their armor streaked with soot. The heat of the forge halls met the heat of his presence and seemed to retreat. "Lord Vulkan," Harkel said, vox grill buzzing. "We are honored." "You are losing," Vulkan said. "Do not decorate the fact with titles." Harkel's flesh mouth worked soundlessly. Vulkan pointed at a schematic on one of the surviving displays. It showed a demon world on the border of the sector, a planet whose crust had been opened in a previous war, its core bleeding warp energy into the void. From it, lines of infection reached toward the Forge world, tainting the void and data lanes alike. "That is the route," Vulkan said. "You can pour titans and tanks and skitarii into this defense until your forge runs dry. They will die in pleasing configurations. The enemy will bleed. In the end, this planet will fall, if that one does not." Harkel shivered. "We do not have weapons capable of cracking an entire planetary crust, Lord Primarch. Cyclonic warheads are limited. The standard template construct patterns for such devices are ancient, and..." Vulkan cut him off with a gesture. "You have weapons you will not use because your dogma forbids it," he said. "You have schematics and designs you call sacred, never to be altered. You have engines that could carry more explosive mass, but you keep them lean because some dead signatory on Mars scribbled a warning about efficiency millennia ago." Harkel's mechadendrites twisted more violently. "Those designs are holy," he said. "They are the gifts of the machine god. To alter them is tech heresy," Vulkan said. "Yes, I know your creed. I also know that if that demon world continues to breathe poison into this sector, this forge world will fall, and the designs you cling to will be lost along with everything else." He stepped closer. Harkel had to crane his neck back to meet the Primarch's eyes, servos whining. "You will dismantle your sacred stockpiles," Vulkan said. "You will strip the warheads from your reserve arsenals. You will reforge them into siege bombs large enough to break that planet's spine. You will load them into your heaviest ordnance carriers, and you will do it now, not over careful centuries." Harkel's spine stiffened. "I cannot." "You can," Vulkan said. "You will. Or I will pull your data stacks down around your head and find another Magos who will. Your god of machines will not argue. If there is any truth to him, he understands that a tool which cannot be altered, when the work demands, it is scrap." The Magos trembled. In the years that followed, adepts of the Mechanicus would argue about that day. Some would call Harkel a coward for bending. Others would call him a visionary for seeing that survival trumped doctrine. All of them would remember the image of a Primarch standing in a forge hall, telling the priesthood of Mars that their scriptures would burn if they did not serve. When the siege bombs fell on the demon world, the planet screamed. Crust shattered. Seas of corrupted matter boiled. Warp storms flared and guttered. A chain of mountain ranges sank into magma. The world cracked along its equator. vomiting a column of unreality that clawed at the surrounding systems, then slowly choked on its own death throes. The infection that had been seeping toward the Forge world faltered. In mess halls and vox channels and trench foxholes across the Crusade's span, mortal men spoke of the Primarch who had ordered such things. They did not use his name. Names were for saints and presidents. They called him the Hammer of Ending. They said that when he arrived, the enemy died, and so did everything else that got in the way. They joked, nervous and quiet, that if you saw his ship translate into your system, you should pray you were on a world he had decided to keep. On a distant flagship in another theater, another Primarch watched those rumors creep across his reports. The Lion stood in his own strategium, the hololiths here shaped too, the tastes of the Dark Angels, all green light and Gothic arches. He held a slate in his hand, its surface scrolling with battle summaries and data fragments. Vulkan, he murmured. He had seen the reports of Dargos, of the Forge world, of a demon world cracked apart by jury-rigged siege bombs, of a hive planet wiped from the star charts when Vulkan declared its taint too deep to cure. His inner circle waited at a distance, keeping their counsel. They knew better than to interrupt their Primarch's thoughts. "The Hammer of Ending," the Lion said, tasting the mortal epithet. Appropriate. He weighed options. Coordinate with his brother. Lend the First Legion's precise, secretive wars to the Crucible Crusade, and risk being drawn into Vulkan's brutal calculus. Compete with him for resources and targets, running parallel campaigns that might leave exploitable gaps. Quietly oppose him, undermining plans that would sacrifice too many worlds for the Lion's liking. He had seen what compromise had done to the Imperium. He had seen what unbridled zeal had done too. "At least he is hitting the right targets," the Lion said at last. "For now," he turned to his captains. "Adjust our deployments," he ordered. "We will watch his campaigns. Where he strikes, we will strike at the supporting limbs. Where he burns, we will cut supply. If he falters, we will be there to salvage what can be salvaged. If he goes too far..." He let the thought hang. His captains nodded. They understood. They always did. The campaign phase that followed reshaped star maps. Enemy strongpoints that had stood for centuries vanished in the span of years. Demon worlds cracked. Black Crusade staging points went dark. Plague fleets were driven into warp storms from which they did not re-emerge. Amid those victories, one order echoed louder than most. The world of Ceres had been a shrine once. It lay in the shadow of a minor warp rift, its skies perpetually bruised, its temples built with windows that looked out on the unnatural light. Pilgrims had come from across the sector to kneel in its basilicas, to walk its bloody processional routes. Chaos had taken it early in the Indomitus era, turning its iconography to their own ends. The Crucible Crusade retook it with shocking speed. Salamander's squads raised the Aquila over its primary shrine again. Guard regiments cheered in blood-slick plazas. Then Vulkan came planetside. He walked the halls of the reclaimed temples, boots crushing glass that had once been stained with holy scenes and was now spattered with gore. He ran his fingers over walls where demon faces still twitched in the stone, their features half melted by purging flame. He stood in the main square, looking up at the sky. The warp rift above Ceres pulsed. Its light bled down in invisible waves. The air tasted wrong. The prayers of the faithful here had always been twisted by proximity to unreality. Now, after occupation, that twist had become infection. Tushan waited at his side. "The enemy is broken here," the chapter master said. "They have no reserves. Their fleets are in retreat. The population is damaged, but they can be healed in time." Vulkan's eyes narrowed. "Healed," he repeated. He turned to a nearby astropath, his presence making the psyker flinch. "You feel it," Vulkan said. The astropath swallowed, nodding. "Yes, Lord," he whispered. "The warp is thick here. The voices, they are louder, Closer. Vulkan looked back at the rift. "This world will fall again," he said. "If we leave it, it will rot. The next enemy to come through that tear will find a people already softened, already tuned. They will not have to work to corrupt them." Tushan's jaw clenched. "We can garrison and bleed manpower and attention here for as long as it takes for the enemy to find a new way to twist them," Vulkan said. "We have seen this pattern. You know we have." He lifted a hand. "Signal the fleet," he said. "Prepare cyclonic torpedoes. Exterminatus protocols. Full saturation. No escape craft. No refuges." Tushan stared at him. "We have fought for this world," he said. "Men have died to retake these streets." "Then their deaths will mean something," Vulkan said. "Ceres will not serve as an altar for our enemies again. It will serve as a barrier, a dead rock, a warning." Histan approached, face tight. "Lord of Drakes," he said quietly. "There are survivors here who never bent the knee to the archenemy. Whole units fought in the sewers and the lower habs for years. Children grew up under occupation and never broke. We could at least evacuate and feed the taint into our own populations," Vulkan said. "Carry the spiritual weakness to other worlds. No, this is the kind of wound you do not bandage. You cut it out." He looked at Tushan. "This is the crucible," he said. "This is what it means. We judge, we temper, we destroy." Tushan closed his eyes for a heartbeat. "By your word," he said at last. The torpedoes fell. From orbit, the surface of Ceres lit up in lines of white fire, crisscrossing continents, turning oceans to steam in moments. The atmosphere boiled. The crust cracked. Cities that had just seen banners of liberation raised over them melted into featureless plains of glass. On the flame rot, Kazlan watched another world wink out on the hololith, its icon changing from contested to cleansed. He knew men down there. He had shared rations with them, shared jokes over the Vox, listened to them describe the skies of Ceres with a kind of broken pride. Now, under the direction of a living legend, they were ash. On the command deck, mortals and Astartes alike stood in silence. No one cheered. Vulkan's face was unreadable. "This is how it must be," he said, more to himself than to the others. "Better one dead planet than a dozen damned." His words rolled out across the fleet. In the quiet that followed, Tushan thought of the line he had decided he would walk, between his Primarch's ruthlessness and the Salamander's compassion. With every such order, every such choice, that line grew thinner. The Lord of the Crucible strode on, leaving behind a trail of shattered worlds and enemies and allies alike ground up in the gears of his renewed war. MacGregor hung in the void like a shield raised against the dark. Above its scarred continents and fortress cities, fleets lingered in precise, silent orbits. Battle barges and strike cruisers of a dozen chapters, their prows carved in martial heraldry. Massive Imperial Navy battleships and carriers, blocky and bristling with guns. Mechanicus arc vessels, their silhouettes ugly with additions and scars. Between them drifted lesser craft, transports and supply hulks and picket ships, all holding position like an armada frozen mid-stroke. The Vox nets were quiet. The guns were cold. 3 Primarchs were in council, and the galaxy held its breath. The chamber chosen for the meeting stood at the heart of the fortress of Hera, carved into the rock itself. Once, it had been a strategium where Robote Guilliman and his brothers had planned the Great Crusade's advance across the eastern fringe. Now, it was a place where something far more fragile was being forged, an accord between demigods who no longer saw the same war when they looked at the stars. The room was circular, its walls lined with banners and reliefs, its ceiling painted with scenes of ultramarine victories, now dulled by smoke and time. A hololith occupied the center, its projection of the Imperium, a 3-dimensional wound of light and shadow. The great rift, split that image like a jagged tear. Sectors burned red. Others flickered in sickly amber. Vast tracts of the galaxy lay in ghostly grey. No data, no certainty. Guilliman stood on one side of that sphere. In polished blue and white plate, he looked every inch the lord of an empire, his features carved in patrician angles, his eyes a cold, analytical blue. The weight of command sat on his shoulders like invisible armor, heavier than any ceramite. He held a data rod in one hand, though he did not look at it. He knew the figures it contained all too well. Opposite him, Vulkan was a slab of green and black, larger even than his brother, his armor still bearing the fresh scars of the Crucible Crusade's latest campaigns. Light leaked from faint fissures in his skin, dull glows along his forearms and throat when the chamber's lumen strips flickered. His eyes were molten gold, bright even in the glow of the hololith. Between them stood the lion. Lion L. Johnson's plate was the deep green of Caliban's forests, hooded cloak draped over one pauldron. His hair was pale, his gaze sharp and hooded. He seemed almost at ease, hands loosely clasped, behind his back, but there was nothing relaxed about him. He radiated contained violence, the stillness of a predator waiting in deep shadow. Off to one side, on a lower tier, Inquisitor Garen watched from behind a line of discreet security fields. Space Marine captains from the Ultramarines, Salamanders, and Dark Angels stood with him, helms held at their sides. Every word from the dais above them weighed and remembered. Guilliman broke the silence first. "Your crusade has achieved results," he said, voice measured. "No sane man denies that. Sectors that were bleeding out are stabilized. Demon worlds erased. Enemy fleets shattered. The statistics speak very clearly." Vulkan's lip curled. "Statistics," he said. "You reduce worlds to numbers now, brother?" "I always have," Guilliman said calmly. "And so have you, whether you admit it or not. A commander who does not understand the arithmetic of war will drown in his own heroics." He gestured to the hololith. Runes flared, highlighting clusters of systems where the Crucible Crusade had passed. "You have shown what happens when a Primarch wages war without the restraints that have shackled the chapters for 10,000 years, Guilliman went on. "You call worlds to account. You cut supply lines at the root. You treat sectors like a forge treats flawed metal. It is effective. It is also unsustainable." Vulkan's eyes narrowed. "Unsustainable," he said slowly. "Explain." Guilliman turned to face him fully. "The Imperium is not what it was when we last stood together on a planning dais," he said. "We no longer have a single, rolling frontier. We have 1,000 bleeding edges. Infrastructure is fragile. Populations are traumatized. The administratum is a bloated thing, yes, but it is also the only nervous system this beast has left. If you keep burning whole worlds, cracking crusts, shattering forge chains, the empire you save will be a hollowed carcass." "I thought you of all people understood necessary destruction," Vulkan said. "You broke our legions. You shattered the greatest instruments of war humanity has ever known because you judged them too dangerous to exist. Now you clutch at depots and hive stacks like a miser clutching coin." Color darkened Guilliman's cheeks, a rare crack in his composure. "I broke the legions to prevent another heresy," he said, "to keep any one of us from commanding the kind of power Horus wielded. I did not do it lightly. I did not do it because I enjoyed watching our brothers' banners struck. I did it to save mankind from us." "And now?" Vulkan asked. "Look around you, Robut. We are back where we began. Primarchs at the heads of fleet formations, making decisions on the fates of sectors with a gesture. You sit on Terra's councils and sign orders that move more men in a week than most emperors did in their lives. The legions are gone, but the concentration of power you feared is right here, in this room." He spread his hands, encompassing them both, and the lion besides. "You broke the hammer," he said, "then built a bigger one with more handles." Guilliman's eyes flashed. You speak as if I chose any of this, he said. I awoke to an Imperium rotted through, half the galaxy cut off by a warp storm, heresy rampant in our own institutions, our father a dying husk on a throne of wires. I have spent every moment since trying to keep this edifice from collapsing. You think I relish wielding this authority? I am trapped by it. The lion's voice cut through the brewing heat like a blade. Enough, he said quietly. The single word carried more force than any shouted order. You are both right and both wrong, L. Johnson said. The Imperium cannot survive another age of pure scorched earth, nor can it survive another age of anxious compromise and half measures. We have seen what both extremes do. He walked closer to the hololith, cloak whispering over the stone. I would suggest a different perspective, the lion said. We have 3 blades to hand. Roboute, you are the shield and the scalpel, the lawgiver and the administrator. Vulkan, you are the furnace and the hammer. I am the knife in the dark. We do not all need to strike the same way. He touched a sector on the projection, one gnawed by chaos incursions but still holding. Here, Roboute's methods prevail, he said. Fortify, rebuild, preserve infrastructure, hearts and minds. Make sure those worlds can feed men and material into the wars to come. Here, he indicated another cluster, dense with enemy icons. Vulkan's crucible falls, no half measures, entire networks erased, nothing left for the enemy to crawl back to. And you? Vulkan asked. The lion's mouth twitched in something that might have been a smile. I work where neither of you can be seen, he said. Quiet assassination, silent wars. I carve out eyes and tongues. I ensure that when Vulkan hits a sector, the enemy does not see him coming until his hammer falls. And when you, Roboute, try to build something, I make sure the rot is cut out before it spreads. Guilliman shook his head slowly. You would make Vulkan a terror weapon, he said, unsheathed only when convenient, kept on a leash otherwise. Better that than no leash at all, the lion said, his tone mild, his eyes anything but. Vulkan laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. I am no chained attack beast to be let off the leash when it suits your diagrams, he said. You speak of blades and roles as if this war can be neatly divided. It cannot. The enemy does not respect your sectors and categories. The warp does not care about your administrational charts. He leaned forward, massive hands resting on the lip of the hololith. Light painted his knuckles in shifting colors. This is not a war we can half fight, Vulkan said. We are not facing an empire with borders and sense. We are facing hunger, madness, gods that feed on every compromise and hesitation you indulge. You talk of preserving infrastructure and citizenry, and yes, where we can, we should. But if you make that the foundation of your strategy, rather than a consequence of victory, you have already lost. He jabbed a finger into the projection. Several border sectors flared orange, where his crucible crusade had scorched more than it saved. Those worlds were not failures, he said. They were slag poured out so the mold would be clean for something new. You want to reform the Imperium? Fine. Reform it on rock, not on rot. You do not reforge a blade that has been bent and cracked too many times. You throw it back into the furnace and draw out clean metal. Guilliman's gaze hardened. And what of the people who live on these bent blades? He asked. What of the billions who will die under exterminatus, because their souls are not as strong as you would like? Do they merit only a brief mention in your metaphors? Are they impurities to be burned out for the sake of some abstract future? Vulkan did not look away. They are the reason any of this matters, he said. Do not mistake my willingness to sacrifice for indifference. I do not enjoy ordering the death of a single loyal man, let alone billions. But there is a difference between flinching from necessary pain and wallowing in sentiment. A world already half in the warp is not a refuge. It is a trap. Better to kill those on it swiftly and deny the enemy their despair as a weapon. Gilliman's expression changed, some of the anger replaced with something like sorrow. "You say that now," he said, "but I remember you, Vulkan. You were the one who walked among your people unarmored. You were the one who took orphans into your care, who knew your serfs by name. You were the one who would halt and advance to dig survivors out of rubble while your brothers pushed on." He gestured to the burning sectors again. "Does that Vulkan live only in legend now?" he asked softly. "Is all this cruelty merely necessity? Or is it also you overcorrecting for 10,000 years of helplessness? You were crucified to a weapon, burned and reborn until death lost meaning. Are you sure you still measure life the way you think you do?" Vulkan's hands tightened on the hololith's rim. For a moment the projection flickered where his fingers dug into it. "The Vulkan you remember died on Terra," he said. "Whatever crawled off that cruciform is something else. But it remembers enough to know this. Your compassion, if untempered, is a chain around your neck. You will let the enemy live 100 times over if killing them means killing those behind them. And your fury," Gilliman said, "if untempered, is a chain around all our necks. You will kill 100 innocents for fear that one might turn." The lion watched them, eyes flicking between, weighing each argument not as a philosopher, but as a hunter, judging whether his pack was about to tear itself apart. Below, on the lower balcony, Garen leaned closer to the cluster of captains. "He is not wrong," the Inquisitor murmured, nodding toward Vulkan. "Nor is he right." Captain Agatoni of the Salamanders glanced at him, mouth a hard line. "You play a dangerous game, Inquisitor," Agatoni said, speaking thus of a Primarch. "We play dangerous games every time we let one of you draw breath, Captain," Garen replied. "Be honest. None of your chapters exist without some measure of faith that your gene sire will not go the way of Horus." He tapped a finger against the rail. "We need him," Garen went on. "The arch-enemy fears him. His name alone is becoming a weapon. But if he tips too far, if the Crucible becomes a bonfire that does not distinguish between enemy and asset—" "What are you suggesting?" asked an ultramarine captain, eyes narrowed. "Contingencies," Garen said. "Kill orders we hope never to sign. Stasis traps in places where he might be lured. Psychic null fields that could blunt his abilities long enough for—" He let the implication hang. He did not say for what, for whom. A Dark Angel's captain snorted softly. "You think even the strongest nulls will hold a Primarch who has walked in the warp for 10,000 years?" he asked. "You have not fully grasped the scale of the problem." "No," Garen said. "I have grasped it very clearly. That is why I speak of contingencies, not guarantees. We cannot build a cage that is certain to hold him. We can build 3 cages that might, and make sure the right people know where they are if they ever need to lure him in." Agaton's hands flexed around the rim of the balcony. "If you move openly against him," the salamander said, "my brothers will cut you down before you take 2 steps. Garen nodded. "I expect so," he said, "which is why nothing is open. You will notice I speak only to those whose loyalty to the Imperium has already been tested in ways a Primarch cannot easily appease." He looked each of them in the eye. "If Vulkan is the weapon that saves mankind, I will gladly be the villain in your sagas," he said. "If he becomes a threat equal to any demon Primarch, and we have not prepared any sort of knife to use in that moment, then every oath we swore to your father's dream will have been empty noise." Above, the voices of the demigods continued. "We are circling the same fire," the lion said at last, tone deceptively mild. "We can do so until the stars go cold, or we can bind ourselves to certain principles and move forward." He turned to Gilliman. "You will not endorse the Crucible in its purest form," he said. "I know you. You will not sign an order that allows Vulkan to burn sectors at will. You will insist on codification, on rules, on oversight." Gilliman inclined his head a small motion. "I will," he said. "I cannot sanction a doctrine that treats worlds as numbers in a column to be deleted when inconvenient. If we must implement something like this, it must have constraints, review, accountability." The lion faced Vulkan. "You will not accept those constraints fully," he said. "You will chafe at every chain. You will break some. You will ignore others." Vulkan's laugh was a rumble. "At least one of you sees me clearly," he said. The lion nodded. "Then we are where I expected," he said. "No consensus. You, Robout, will neither bless nor ban what Vulkan does. You will work around him, sometimes with him, sometimes cleaning up after him. You, Vulkan, will neither openly defy nor fully obey your brother. You will pursue your crusade where you think it necessary and pretend not to hear when terror complains." He stepped back from the hololith. "I will do as I said," he concluded. "I will watch. I will strike where you are blind. And I will place my forces in such a way that if either of you becomes more dangerous to mankind than the enemies you fight, I can make that relevant." Gilliman exhaled slowly. "So we end where we began," he said, "with each of us trusting the others just enough to keep breathing." "It is more than we have had in a long time," the lion replied. The council broke not with a formal declaration, but with the simple motions of three giants tired of words. Gilliman turned away first, offering a stiff nod. "We are done here," he said. "For now. Vulkan, I will not order you to stand down. I cannot in good conscience endorse every act of your crucible, but there are theaters where your approach has merit. Coordinate with my logisticians. I will at least ensure your blows do not fall where we cannot afford them." Vulkan grunted, which for him passed as acceptance. L. Johnson inclined his head to both brothers and left through a side archway, already considering new deployment patterns, new hunting grounds, where he could place his dark angels in positions to watch the salamanders without seeming to. Vulkan lingered. He walked to the hololithic projection's edge, looking down at the flickering map of the Imperium. His eyes tracked the great rift, the broken sectors, the small stable cores Gilliman's careful strategies had managed to preserve. He reached out with one hand and brushed his fingers through the image of a burning sector. The projection rippled around his hand, light distorting, then settling. 10,000 years, he said quietly. 10,000 years of rearranging embers, hoping the pattern of the coals would scare the dark away. He closed his hand, light flaring between his fingers. "We should have been building furnaces," he said. "We still can." He let the hololith's light slip from his palm and turned away, leaving the projection to wobble and then stabilize. When Vulkan left the chamber, the air seemed to grow thinner, the pressure lifting from the shoulders of the mortals on the lower level. Garen watched him go with the narrowed eyes of a man watching a blade fall past his throat, wondering where it would land. Later, as the Salamander's fleet broke orbit, its emerald hulls swinging away from Macraga and lighting their drives, Gilliman stood on a strategium balcony and watched the distant flares through thick armored glass. Beside him stood an ultramarine praetor, a veteran of too many wars, his plate a worn blue. "You do not trust him," the praetor said, more observation than accusation. Gilliman did not look away from the departing ships. "I trust his hatred of chaos," he said. "I trust his love for humanity, twisted though it has become. I trust that he will kill our enemies whenever he can. I do not trust that he will always. Remember that some of the things in his way are not the enemy." He folded his hands behind his back, fingers tight. "He may be the only one of us ruthless enough to do what must be done," Gilliman admitted. "To cut out rot, we have let fester for too long, to burn away institutions that have become parodies of their founding." The praetor was silent. Gilliman's gaze hardened. But if he tips, if the crucible becomes a pyre without distinction, if his measure of necessary widens even a little further, Then he becomes something very close to the monsters we fight, he said. A Primarch with a demon Primarch's disregard for nuance. He turned at last, looking back into the strategium where holomaps waited, where petitions and casualty reports and tithing requests stacked higher with every passing hour. Prepare the fleets, he said. We will work with him for as long as we can, and we will prepare for the day we may have to stop him. Macragge's guns stayed silent as the salamanders translated into the warp, carrying their furnace-hearted lord back into the dark, to hammer at a galaxy that could no longer decide whether it feared the blows more than the hand that guided them. The Crucible Crusade spread like a slow, deliberate fire. On the hololiths of 100 flagships, the galaxy glowed with wounds. Sectors lit up as battlefronts, whole constellations marked not with regiment icons, but with symbols denoting planetary populations spent, hive clusters erased, attack vectors burned into the void like hammer blows. Kazlan watched one such projection from his post on the flame-wrought. The sphere of light, hanging in the strategium, no longer bothered with unit designations at the lowest scales. Task forces and battle groups had been compressed into sweeps of color. An entire agri-world was a single fleck. A hive cluster was a pinprick. Overlaid upon that were casualty estimates, not in regiments or battalions, but in phrases like the people of 3 worlds or the upper hives of 2 continents. Vulkan stood at the edge of the display, arms folded, eyes half-hooded. Tushan was a dark bulk beside him. Velkona lingered just behind, the glow from the warp flickering around his psychic hood. This is what it looks like when a war stops pretending it cares about the comfort of chroniclers, Vulkan said, voice low. No more lists of regiments to be remembered in gilded books, continents, worlds, sectors. That is the scale at which the enemy measures us. That is the scale at which we must answer. Lines of fire stretched from the Crucible's core fleets into the dark. Some arced toward Chaos Nexus worlds, places where the warp had chewed holes in reality and set up shrines in the gashed hearts of planets. Others curved toward demon forges and plague bastions. Others still traced paths to chokepoint systems, where Xenos fleets and human heretics alike fed upon the weak. Under that grim choreography, the galaxy bled. On the agri-world of Karthos, wheat seas darker than blood burned under a sky choked with smoke. Karthos had once fed half a sector. Now its plains were crawling meat grinders stretching from horizon to horizon. Tens of billions of guardsmen and cultists clashed across the farmland, trenches carved through soil that had never known a plough. Irrigation canals turned into mass graves. Las fire stitched across fields of blackened stalks. Artillery turned groves of nutrient trees into showers of splinters and bone. Vox nets howled with overlapping orders, death cries and hysterical laughter. The planetary defense forces had dug in along the lines of irrigation channels and grain silos. Across from them, Chaos cult legions surged, their banners stitched with skin, their leaders howling promises of transcendence through slaughter. Above them, in the ash-choked air, spore clouds drifted where Tyrannid splinter fleets had begun to seed the atmosphere. Further out, at the edge of the system, orc war hulks loomed, their captains drawn by the scent of a fight that could not be ignored. Orbital strikes rained down in patterned fury. From Navy ships and Astartes vessels both, swathes of the planet were glassed to deny them to any of the 3 enemies. Great rectangles of countryside turned to fused black glass under the kiss of lance batteries and atomic warheads. Lines of fire cut through the churn, severing fronts, isolating pockets of resistance, creating dead zones that nothing living could cross. In the midst of that chaos, Salamander's companies moved with the cold precision of smiths at the anvil. They dropped onto Chaos Nexus points, burnt out shrines where demons had begun to bleed through, hammer squads driving into the heart of each infection, while flamers turned surrounding cultists into shrieking torches. They blew bridges, not to save their own men, but to funnel the enemy into zones scheduled for atmospheric cleansing. They held positions only long enough for the fleet above to lock in bombardment coordinates, then fell back before the sky fell. Karthos did not fall completely to the crucible. Too much of it had already been eaten by tyrannid jaws and orc teeth, and the combined appetite of 3 enemies was not something even a Primarch could halt alone. But by the time the salamanders withdrew, the world was no longer a rich field of biomass or a rallying point for cult legions. It was a patchwork of scar tissue, cratered glass and ash, barely worth the effort of conquest. Those were the victories that did not make for stirring hymns. Others did. On the demon world called Mereth's Lament, the ground moved. From orbit it looked like a living crimson sea. The planet's crust had been dissolved into a roiling ocean of flesh and ichor, writhing and folding upon itself, mountain-high waves of meat grinding together. Eyes opened and closed in the heaving mass. Mouths gasped and screamed and laughed. Towers of bone grew and melted. Whatever cities had once stood there were buried under pulses of muscle and raw, hungry tissue. Thunderhawks roared down through a sky that wept blood. Their hulls shook as the air itself tried to resist entry, currents of warp-tainted wind clawing at wings and engines. Inside, salamanders locked their armor seals tighter than tight, listening to the squeal of reality being scraped thin. Vulkan stood in the lead craft, helm on, Dawnbringer mag locked to his back. When the gunship's ramp slammed down, an impossible heat blasted inward. Not the clean heat of lava or fire, but a wet, suffocating swelter thick with the stink of rot and salt and iron. The sea of flesh writhed below, its surface filmed with blood, pustules swelling and bursting in ghastly imitation of foam. Vulkan stepped out onto it. The ocean buckled under his weight, sinking a little, then rising in a desperate attempt to push him off, to absorb him. Tentacles of gristle and sinew coiled up, trying to wrap around his legs, seeking purchase in the cracks of his armor. Jaws opened under his boots, teeth like tombstones snapping. He did not slow. Every step he took boiled the flesh beneath him. Heat poured from him in waves, a killing aura of forge fire unleashed. Where his boot fell, meat blackened, shriveled, and flaked away as ash, leaving pits in the living sea. Bolts of warp energy spat up around him, lashing against his plate, but the raw hatred coming off him made them sputter and fail, like sparks landing on wet stone. Salamanders followed in his wake, dropping from gunship ramps onto rapidly hardening islands of charred tissue. Their flamers roared, feeding on the unnatural atmosphere, spewing gouts of cleansing fire into the churning flesh. Anything that tried to reform in Vulkan's footsteps was incinerated by his sons, bodies of demons half redrawn from the meat, hacked apart and thrown back into boiling pits. As they advanced toward a tower of coalesced bone that served as the world's main portal, the sea reacted. Shapes rose from its depths. Titan-scaled demons, their forms a blasphemy of mortal anatomy and machine. One was a mass of limbs arranged around a yawning central eye, each arm ending in a different weapon, some of steel, some of chitin, some of pulsing, toothed maws. Another was a mockery of an imperial god engine, its armor etched with flayed faces, its void shields replaced by whirling swarms of skulls. They loomed over Vulkan, blotting out the bleeding sky. Their voices were the sound of earthquakes and collapsing cities, offering mockeries of mercy and salvation. He leapt. For a time, no mortal eyes saw what happened. Aboard the orbiting ships, Auspex screens fuzzed. Pict feeds turned to static. Astropaths clutched their heads as the psychic pressure spiked, howling without sound as the clash of furnace soul and warp flesh shook the thin skin of reality. When the disturbance stilled, Mereth's Lament was still a churning sea, but half its surface smoked, blackened, and crusted. The bone tower was shattered. The Titan demons were gone. So was Vulkan. He returned 3 days later, on a different battlefield, in a different war. He strode from the flames of a void ship's implosion, armor slagged and half-melted, skin cracked, light leaking from fissures, as if being torn apart in the cold void had been nothing more than another unpleasant inevitability. He died again that week on a fortress wall, crushed to paste under the fist of a demon Primarch's champion. The watchers on the battlements saw his body explode, bone and armor fragments fountaining out. Hours later, when the fortress was overrun and then retaken, salamanders found him crawling from the rubble of a collapsed crypt, lungs drawing breath into a chest that had been pulped to jelly. He burned to atoms when a warp detonation ate half a star fort around him, the explosion leaving a shrieking hole in reality that sucked whole battalions into its teeth. He reappeared on a different world at a different time, stepping out of a burning shrine with Dawnbringer on his shoulder, muttering that he had misjudged the blast radius that time. Each death took something and left something. Part of him grew more enraged with each annihilation, the hatred for the enemy fed by the memory of hands that had nailed him to a crucifix of metal and stolen his deaths for their own purposes. Another part grew numb, as if the blade of his capacity to care about ending had been worn thin by too many passes over the whetstone. Mortal soldiers watched this pattern with a mixture of awe and quiet horror. In trenches on worlds with names already forgotten by the administratum, men huddled under bombardment, passing flasks and quietly trading stories. "I heard he walked across a whole demon world and boiled it with his feet," one trooper said, eyes wide in the gloom. "I heard he got eaten by a tyrannid beast bigger than a hive spire and just clawed his way out of its stomach," another replied. A third, older man with the look of too many campaigns behind him, spat into the mud. "You lot are missing the point," he said. "Fighting under him, you're already dead. You just have not reached the moment yet. The trick is that when you go, it buys something. A broken fleet, a burned shrine, a dead world the enemy will never use again. Under most generals, you die for a line on a map. Under him, you die for a line in history. They called it immortality, in hushed, bitter jokes. Not surviving, being used well." Tushan did not laugh. He found Vulkan on the bridge of a burning flagship during one of the Crucible's ugliest phases. The ship was the Hammer of Hesiod, an ancient cruiser now limping through the void, with half its decks open to space and its aft thirds on fire. Damage sirens wailed. Servitors shambled through smoke, their metal limbs scorched and bent. The hololith at the center of the bridge showed not a neat sphere of the sector, but a ragged smear of light where the front had devolved into overlapping catastrophes. Vulkan stood at the viewport, one gauntleted hand braced against the armored glass. Beyond, a planet burned. Tushan approached, armor clicking softly. "Lord of Drakes," he said. Vulkan glanced at him, then back at the blazing world. "We won," he said. 3 Chaos Nexus worlds in this cluster, all broken. Their fleets shredded, their presence in this region set back generations. "At the cost of how many Imperial lives?" Tushan asked. Vulkan shrugged, a mountain shifting. "Enough," he said. "Not as many as if we had failed." Tushan's hands clenched into fists. "That is not an answer," he said. "It is the only answer that matters," Vulkan replied. Tushan stepped closer. "Where is your line?" he demanded. "At what point does necessary sacrifice become slaughter to you? When you erase a hive world that might have been saved, when you use whole regiments as bait, when you kill officers for cowardice and nail them to walls as examples." Vulkan's profile was hard as carved stone. "Lines are for those who still believe there is a shore," he said. "There is none. There is only the sea, and whether we drown in it alone or with our hands around something's throat." Tushan's voice dropped. "Our creed is to protect the weak," he said, "not to use them as kindling." Vulkan turned to face him fully. "Our creed," he said. is to ensure there are any weak left to protect. You cling to the part you can handle, because it feels noble. I carry the part you cannot stomach, because someone must. There was no resolution. There seldom was. On the shrine world of Ithelion, Vulkan's judgment fell with a more personal weight. Ithelion's main hive had been betrayed from within. An entire regiment of officers had abandoned their posts at the crucial moment, sealing off evacuation corridors to buy time for their own retreat, leaving millions of civilians in the upper levels as sacrifice to a chaos assault. The planet had been reclaimed at terrible cost. The traitor warband was destroyed. The shrine's main basilica stood under imperial banners again. Vulkan called the officers to answer. They were assembled before the hive's main gate, a towering archway carved with reliefs of saints and martyrs. The civilian dead lay in smoking mounds beyond, their bodies half buried in rubble, their faces still twisted in the final panic of suffocation and trampling. The officers knelt in a line, arms bound behind their backs. Some shook, some stared ahead with the hollow defiance of men who had convinced themselves there had been no other choice. Vulkan walked the line. He did not wear his helm. His eyes were molten. "You left them," he said. His voice rolled along the line like distant thunder. "You sealed the doors behind you. You let the corridors choke with bodies so that your route to your transport would not be clogged." One officer tried to speak. "Lord, we received conflicting orders. The Vox was chaos. We had to preserve some command structure," or Vulkan's fist lashed out. Bones cracked. The officer toppled, jaw shattered, cheek caved. "You left them," Vulkan repeated calmly. "There is no context in which that is anything but cowardice." He gestured. Salamanders moved in, driving iron spikes through the officers' ankles into the stone, pinning them upright against the gate. Chains were wrapped around their torsos and arms, binding them to the reliefs of saints, whose carved eyes stared down with static accusation. Vulkan rested his hand against the gate for a moment. Heat poured from his palm. Iron at the tips of the spikes glowed, then ran, molten rivulets sliding down into boots and onto bare feet. The officers screamed as their flesh cooked, nerves fired in white-hot agony. The chains heated, branding their skin where they touched. The stone behind them cracked, the saintly faces around them crazing with heat fractures. "The people you left died in the dark and the crush," Vulkan said, voice carrying over the screams. "You will die in the light, where every man under your former command can see what happens to those who prioritize their own skin over their duty." He did not stay to watch them burn. The noise carried for days. Velkona heard other cries. They came not from throats, but from the warp. The librarian's dreams had been thick with fire and anvils since childhood. That was his curse and his gift. Lately, those dreams had changed. He stood on a black anvil floating in the void. There was nothing else. No stars, no planets, no warp storms, just a vast darkness and this slab of impossible metal, big enough for cities and small enough to fit in a forge, depending on where he let his mind focus. Chains hung out of the darkness, anchored to nothing, their ends buried in the anvil. Vulkan knelt upon it. He was shackled again, not to a cross this time, but to the anvil itself. Bands of iron circled his wrists, his throat, his chest. Each one was inscribed with sigils Velkona did not recognize, symbols older than the ruinous power's current faces, heavy with meanings humans had no words for. The unquenchable flame in Vulkan's chest burned brighter with every death, every rebirth. Velkona saw centuries flash past, wars rising and falling, and still the Primarch hammered at the chains with his will, sometimes breaking one, sometimes only denting it. In the darkness beyond, something watched. It was not Khorne, not Nurgle, not Slanesh or Tzeentch, though it had whispers of all their hungers wrapped up in its being. It was older, deeper, the raw instinct of war itself, The idea of conflict before anyone had named it. It watched Vulkan die and rise and die again. It saw not a victim, but a tool. Velkona woke from those visions with his heart pounding and his psychic hood humming like an overloaded capacitor. He could feel the echo of that gaze. He could feel it turning toward the Crucible Crusade's path, drawn by the constant psychic flare of Vulkan's annihilations and resurrections. He knew, with a certainty that made his mouth taste of copper, that the Primarch's perpetual nature was more than a tactical asset. It was becoming an anchor point, a knot around which reality and unreality both threatened to form. For salvation or for doom, he could not yet say. The Crucible Crusade's greatest victories came amid those omens. A cluster of sectors at the edge of the Great Rift, once a stronghold of chaos, fell back under Imperial colors. Demon forges were slagged, plague planets were turned into airless rocks. Warp storms receded, unwilling to linger near the places where Vulkan's fury had scoured the ground. Stratagem briefs compared the effect to a minor Black Crusade in reverse. Instead of the archenemy pushing deep into Imperial space, the Imperium had pushed into Chaos's teeth and come away with a swathe of stars pried back from the brink. The cost was measured in worlds turned to slag. Hive planets whose populations had once been counted in the tens of billions were now dead spheres, their crusts cracked by cyclonic bombardment, their atmospheres boiled off. Agri-worlds that had fed sectors lay fallow, soil fused into glass. Shrine planets were blank slates, their cathedrals vaporized, their relics burned. From the hololith's distance, the sectors looked cleansed. From the ground, the silence was deafening. On the flame-wrought strategium, Kaslan listened to the Vox reports scroll in, voice after voice rattling off successes and losses. He watched icons of chaos presence wink out, replaced by the calm grey that denoted dead systems or garrisoned ones. He heard the cheer that went up when the last enemy stronghold in the cluster went dark. He did not join it. He looked up at Vulkan, standing at the edge of the hololith, the Primarch's eyes reflecting burned stars. Triumph lived there. So did something hollow, like the silence after a hammer blow, when the metal still rings, and the smith wonders if this strike will finally be the one that ruins the peace. The galaxy burned, and in the rush of flame, it grew harder to tell whether the light came from the enemy's defeat or from the Lord of the Crucible's own growing blaze, threatening to set everything within reach alight, enemy and Imperium alike. The war began to repeat itself. On the ash plains of Carthos Primaris, under a sky lit by the glow of burning continents, Guardsman Jeren of the 3rd Vostran Line Regiment took cover behind a shattered hab wall and realized, with the sick certainty of a man recognizing his own corpse, that he had seen this exact pile of guts before. The corpse lay half-draped over the wall, its chest opened by shrapnel, so that the ribs stuck up like fingers. Its head was gone, snapped off at the neck. The pattern of the blood spray on the bricks behind it was a dark flower. Jeren remembered seeing it when they first took this position. He remembered thinking the blooming pattern looked almost pretty. He remembered the artillery impact that had thrown him into the mud a moment later. The shell fell again. The same whine, the same rising roar, the same incandescent blossom of dirt and bone and metal, catching him before he could fully register that he knew what was coming. He slammed into the ground, teeth chipping, lasgun skittering away. Time lurched. He was back at the wall. The corpse sagged over it. The ribs were fingers. The pattern was a flower. His heart hammered. His lungs burned. He had not yet taken the breath he knew would be punched out of him. "Down!" someone shouted. The same voice, the same cracked edge. The shell hit. The blast folded the world. Again, wall, corpse, ribs, flower. His own hands, filthy, shaking. A last round snapped past his ear, hot enough that he felt the skin blister. He ducked, moving a fraction quicker now, dropping before the shouted warning, before the shell's whine reached its crescendo. The explosion lifted him anyway, less this time, enough that he rolled instead of being thrown. He heard laughter, not cruel, not amused, just delighted. The battle stuttered. Time looped around itself like barbed wire. Jeren watched men die the same way over and over, their bodies falling with subtle, horrible variations. A man who lost his left arm in one loop lost his right leg in the next. A tank that exploded with its turret blown skyward in one cycle simply folded inward like wet paper in another. The screams were always different. The pattern was always the same. Somewhere overhead, a salamander librarian fell to his knees as the warp bucked. Velkona's staff struck the deck of the flame-wrought strategium like a grounding rod. The librarian's eyes were wide, whites showing around the ember irises. Runes crawled across his armor, flickering, uncertain. "Loops," he said. "We have loops." Tushan turned from the hololith. "Speak sense," he growled. Velkona looked up, sweat beading on his obsidian brow. "Battles repeating," he said. "Not illusions, iterations. The warp is folding events back on themselves, letting them play out again and again. Each time something is refined, distilled. By whom?" Garen's voice rasped from his place on the lower tier. Velkona swallowed. "Not by the usual gods," he said. "This is not the excess of the prince or the cruel joy of the blood god. This is cold, methodical. It is taking slaughter and polishing it like a blade." He closed his eyes, reaching out again. He felt it then, a pressure in the warp, like a weight on a long, old scar. Not the familiar nauseas of the four great powers, but something deeper. An echo of the first time a mortal raised hand against mortal and took satisfaction from the result. "I have seen the anvil again," Velkona whispered. He was on it, in the blink of a thought. The black slab hung in the void, chains sunk into it. Vulkan knelt upon it, shackles around his limbs. Each link was a death, each spike was a resurrection. The Primarch's furnace soul burned brighter than ever, every new ending adding fuel. In the darkness, something turned its head. Velkona did not see its face. There was no face. There was only a suggestion of a helm, of horns that were also cathedral spires, of eyes that were also battlefields, seen from very high above. It regarded Vulkan with the interest of a craftsman examining a tool that might finally be worthy of his hand. "Old," Velkona muttered, snapping back to his body. "Older than the current masks of the ruinous powers, avatar of war, before war had names." Garen's augmetic eyes whirred faintly. "A proto-deity," he said, "an echo of something that existed when humanity was still clubbing each other in the mud. It is drawn to him," Velkona said, "to Vulkan. His constant deaths, his hatred, his refusal to stay down. It wants him, not as prey, as a chain, an anchor between our reality and its hunger." He met Tushan's gaze. "It intends to bind him as its champion," he said, "to turn his perpetual nature into a bridge between the warp and real space, an unbreakable clasp. He will die and arise forever, but not for us, for it." Silence swallowed the strategium. Vulkan had been listening without moving, one hand resting on Dawnbringer's haft, the other on the hololith's lip. The light from the projected wars traced hard lines across his face. He spoke now, voice low. "Good," he said. Velkona stared. "Good?" he echoed. "I was wondering when it would step fully into the light," Vulkan said. "It has been sniffing around the edges for too long. We cannot cut what we cannot see." Tushan's eyes narrowed. "You cannot fight concepts with a hammer," he said. "Even yours." Vulkan's lips peeled back in something that might have been a smile. "Watch me," he said. The stage he chose was a dying star fortress. It hung above the edge of a warp rift, its silhouette broken and jagged, great sections of its ring structure missing where previous bombardments had torn them away. Its defense guns were mostly slagged. Its void shields flickered fitfully, failing more often than not. It orbited nothing, suspended by ancient engines and the skeins of reality threaded into the rift below. It had once been an imperial bulwark, then a chaos bastion. Now it was a carcass, its prow pointed into the warp wound like a sword driven into a corpse. Vulkan made it his anvil. Colexus assassins arrived in black ships, their forms blurred and indistinct through picked captures, as if reality itself tried to forget them. Men with blank faces and souls like holes in the air disembarked in silence, their presence making even Astartes feel faintly sick. Mechanicus Magi came with soul cages, towering machines built of brass and black crystal, their interiors humming with contained electromancy and psychic wards. Tech priests swarmed over them, chanting Binharic prayers, checking every seal. Velkona and a cadre of librarians set up psychic dampers, crystalline pylons inscribed with sigils that made the air warp faintly around them. Each one was a thorn driven into the skin of the warp, a point of resistance. Garen prowled among them, leaning on his cane, his eyes hard. "If this fails," he said quietly to Tushan, "we will have poked the oldest hornet's nest in the Immaterium with a Primarch and a stick. If we do nothing, it will come for him anyway," Tushan replied. "At least this way we choose the ground." Vulkan stood at the fortress's heart, near the main observation blister. Outside the armored glass, the warp rift seethed. Colors that did not exist in real space crawled across its surface. Shapes moved in it, vast and slow, like limbs made of storm. The fortress hung at the edge of that impossible ocean, balanced between falling in and being torn apart. He could feel the proto-deity in the eddies. It had been watching him for a long time. It had tasted his deaths, sampled his hatred, examined his stubbornness. Now, with so many null fields and psychic nodes arrayed like teeth, it could not help but take closer interest. He let his own presence swell. He thought of every death he had endured: the cruciform, the Titan demons, the imploding void ship, the burning star fort. He remembered each ending, each moment of annihilation, each tiny surrender to oblivion before the inevitable clawing back to life. He gathered those memories like coals and heaped them into a pyre. The warp responded. Time stuttered on the fortress's halls. Servitors took 2 steps, then flickered back and took them again. A Mechanicus acolyte dropped his tool, bent to pick it up, then found it already in his hand. A salamander blinked and saw his own previous blink from the outside. Loops. The proto-deity manifested like a reflection. In the viewport, the light from the rift thickened. A silhouette formed in it, darker than the surrounding madness. It stepped forward, out of the rift, and into the armored glass, as if the barrier were a suggestion. A titanic figure of burning iron and shadow flame stood on the other side of the viewport. It was not fully here, its edges blurred, flickering between presence and absence, but its shape was unmistakable. Broad shoulders, massive chest, a hammer in its right hand, made not of metal, but of condensed ruin. Its head was a helm, horns curling back like the broken spires of bombed cathedrals. Its eyes were starless pits. It mirrored Vulkan's silhouette. Velkona felt its arrival like a blow to the chest. He dropped to one knee, staff biting into the decking. The Colexus nearest him tilted its blank helm, as if scenting something only it could taste. The Avatar stepped forward. The viewport's armored glass screamed, cracks spiderwebbed across it. The metal frame warped. For a moment, it seemed as if the Titan of shadow and iron would simply lean in, reach through reality, and pluck Vulkan out like a toy. He met it with Dawnbringer. The hammer rose in his hand, the familiar weight singing through his muscles. He swung. The impact did not break the glass. It broke something deeper. The sound of hammer on shadow metal was not a sound at all. It was an idea made noise. Every man on the fortress heard something different. Jeren, reassigned to a naval gun crew after surviving too many trenches, heard his mother calling his name for the last time. A tech priest heard a machine spirit crying out as it died. A Colexus heard nothing, and that absence was a scream. The blow landed somewhere between realities. The avatar staggered. The warp around it shuddered. Probabilities slipped. Futures winked out like candles pinched between fingers. In one, Vulkan fell to the floor with his chest torn open, the avatar's hammer lodged in his ribs. In another, the fortress fell into the rift, dragging fleets with it. In another, the proto-deity took him here and now, binding him in chains made of his own stubbornness. Dawnbringer's strike erased those paths. They no longer existed. The universe did not remember them. Only Velkona, watching with his soul rather than his eyes, saw the gaps where they had been. The avatar swung back. Its hammer was concept made flesh. It struck not just at Vulkan's body, but at his history. Each impact tried to jolt loose his memories, to knock the foundations out from under his identity. It showed him worlds he had saved and worlds he had let burn, inviting regret. It replayed his cruelties in the scouring and the crucible, whispering that he had always belonged to something like it, that it was merely claiming what he was. Vulkan laughed, not in joy, in recognition. "You came late," he said. "You could have had me on the cross. You could have had me when death was a relief. Now you will get what my enemies have always had." He pushed forward, step by step, hammer meeting hammer. Each clash rang out as another future died. Chaos fleets that might have broken through in distant sectors found themselves slowed by minor malfunctions, their admirals making cautious decisions instead of bold ones. A tyrannid tendril misjudged a course and drifted into a star, its biomass lost. A nascent heresy on a hive world suffocated in its cradle when a key demagogue choked to death on a bone at dinner. Tiny shifts, marginal gains. The avatar tried to twist them toward blood. Vulkan bent them toward survival. But the fight was not equal. The proto-deity was not bound by the same rules. It existed in possibility. For every thread Vulkan cut, it wove 3 more. For every potential it lost, it drew in others from the endless well of what might be. He was a smith hammering hot metal. It was the fire that heated it. He realized with the cold clarity of a man seeing the shape of his own failure that he could not win in any way that he knew the word. So he changed the definition. "Now," he voxed. Velkona heard the word as a spike through his skull. He unleashed everything. Psychic dampers flared, their crystalline cores burning white. The fortress groaned as the warp around it was forced back, layers of reality thickening for a heartbeat. The librarians poured their power into the dampers, not as weapons, but as supports, holding the barrier steady. Colexus assassins stepped forward, their souls like voids. They had been positioned in a circle around Vulkan, each one at a carefully calculated distance, their null auras tuned by the Mechanicus to overlap at a precise moment. They moved in unison now, closing the last gaps, their very existence pushing back against the immaterium. Soul cages woke, the Mechanicus machines hummed, their black crystal hearts spinning up, runes flaring on their surfaces. They opened not outward, but inward, like traps designed to catch not bodies, but echoes, not minds, but the impressions minds left when they brushed the warp. Vulkan let go. For 10,000 years, his perpetual nature had been a chain, sometimes a blessing, more often a curse. He had clung to it out of stubbornness and duty and spite, refusing to give the enemy the satisfaction of his absence. Now he released his grip. He stepped not away from the Avatar's next blow, but into it. He met the shadow hammer with his chest, not his weapon. The impact tore him apart at every level. Flesh burst, bone powdered, armor slagged. His soul, that roaring furnace of will, was laid bare. The proto-deity reached for it. The null field slammed shut. The Colexus assassin's presence cut the warp like a dozen black blades, severing the connection between Vulkan's essence and the immaterium in which it had always partly resided. For a heartbeat, he was nowhere, neither in reality nor in the warp. The soul cages snapped around the absence. Mechanicus devices meant to catch ghosts found themselves closing on a conceptual flame. They did not hold it. That had never been the plan. They contained it just long enough for the dampers to do the rest. Velkona felt Vulkan die, not in the now familiar sense of a spirit slipping free, only to be dragged back. He felt the anchor points sever. He felt the chain break, links shattered beyond repair. He felt the furnace heart that had always been present in the warp go dark. The universe went mute. For an instant, sound vanished. Light too. On the Star Fortress, men saw their own, or thoughts cut off mid-word. Servitors froze. Tech priests stopped chanting. Tushan, watching from a secondary control blister, felt his own heart pause. No gun fired. No engine throbbed. The warp rift outside the viewport smoothened, its surface going dull, as if covered in a layer of glass. The avatar tore. The proto-deity's partial manifestation, already half in reality, found its chain cut. The bridge it had been building between concepts and flesh collapsed. It screamed, not in rage, but in sudden, almost comical outrage, like a craftsman whose tool had snapped in his hand. The scream did not make a sound. It translated into a pressure drop. The avatar imploded, folding in on itself like a star collapsing under its own weight. Shadow flames sucked inward, dragging lesser demons, warp parasites, echoing thought forms into the rift with it. The warp around the fortress convulsed, then snapped away, the rift's surface sealing shut like a wound briefly sutured. Reality slammed back into place. Men staggered as if kicked. Eardrums popped. Vox units shrieked static. Flames that had been frozen mid-dance resumed, flickering in confusion. The Star Fortress groaned, the metal of its bones adjusting to the sudden absence of impossible pressure. Velkona felt for Vulkan. He found nothing. No furnace in the warp, no faint echo in the psychic background, no sense of a presence just out of sight, waiting for the moment to claw back. The place in his senses, where his Primarch had always burned, was a hole. He was on his knees before he realized he had fallen. "Chief Librarian?" A salamander's voice crackled over the link. "Status?" Velkona tried to speak. "Empty," he whispered at last. "He is gone." The word was heavy. It did not fit easily in his mouth. On the fortress bridge, Tushan stared at the place where the avatar had been. The viewport was cracked, but holding. Beyond it, the warp rift was a dim bruise now, not a gaping wound. He could not feel Vulkan. He had not realized until the absence how constant the Primarch's presence had been. A pressure in the air, a weight at the back of the mind, a sun behind the clouds. Now it was not merely hidden, it was not there. Histan arrived a moment later, armor scorched, dawn shard reliquary cracked. His eyes went to Tushan's face, then to the viewport. "Is he?" he began. Velkona's voice came over the command vox, raw. "Yes," the librarian said. "At least as far as the warp is concerned. There is no trace, no resonance. For the first time since the heresy, there is no Vulkan anywhere." All across the Crusade's span, salamanders paused. On a trench line in some forgotten siege, Brother Darek felt a sudden lightness, as if a hand that had been resting on his shoulder for his entire life had been removed. In a forge on Nocturne, a serf blacked out for a heartbeat, as the prayer he had been murmuring to the Lord of Drakes hit empty air. Something was deeply, impossibly wrong. The Crucible Crusade faltered. Without Vulkan's terrifying certainty, his willingness to throw worlds into the furnace, momentum bled away. Imperial commanders, suddenly responsible for their own decisions again, reverted to habits hammered into them by 10,000 years of an imperium that feared risk. They fortified, they consolidated, they argued over supply lines and jurisdiction. Some were brave, some were not. All were human. Chaos, Xenos, and traitor forces felt the shift. Plague fleets that had been in full retreat cautiously probed forward again, testing lines. Orc empires, briefly cowed by the sheer scale of the Crucible's hammer blows, roared back to life, their warlords sniffing opportunity. Tyrannid tendrils altered course, seeking softer prey. Tushan and Hastan met in the dim light of the flame-wrought reclusium. The air was thick with the smell of scented oils and hot metal. Candles, guttered in niches carved into the basalt walls, their flames small and insultingly ordinary after everything that had just happened. "He is dead," Hastan said. The words came out flat, as if he did not yet believe them. Tushan stared at the simple obsidian altar before them. It bore no grand statue, no ostentatious relic, only a small carving of a drake and a hammer. "He chose it," the chapter master said. "He saw a chain being forged around him, and he broke it the only way he could." Hastan's hands tightened. "He was our Primarch," he said, "our father. He came back, he led us, and now we are where he always meant us to be," Tushan said quietly, "standing alone in the fire, making our own choices." Hastan looked up, sharp. "You think this was another test?" he said. "Another artifact, another crucible?" Tushan exhaled slowly. "I do not know what he thought," he said. "I know what we can make of it. The 9 artifacts were trials of patience, endurance, duty. Perhaps this is a trial of judgment. He burned the galaxy to force us to see what lines we would or would not cross. Now he is gone, and we must decide whether to keep walking his path or to temper it with our own." He laid a hand on the altar, palm flat, feeling the cool stone. "If he returns," Tushan said, "he will judge us by what we do now. If he does not, then our actions will be the only legacy of his last act. Either way, we cannot simply freeze." Hastan nodded slowly. "The Crucible Crusade?" he asked. "We continue it," Tushan said, "but in our way. We will still strike nexuses and demon worlds. We will still make hard choices. But we will remember that our creed is not his fury alone." He did not say that a part of him wondered if Vulkan had anticipated even this, if the death of a perpetual was merely another turn of the wheel. He did not voice the faint, treacherous hope that a being who had refused for so long to stay dead might find some way back even from this. On Nocturne, the mountain groaned. Deep beneath the sanctuary cities, under the basalt foundations and lava channels, lay the great forges of Mount Deathfire. They had burned since before the coming of the Emperor, their flames tended by generations of smiths and serfs and salamanders. On the night the Star Fortress fell silent, those fires flickered. Forge masters looked up from their anvils as the light dimmed. For a moment, the roar of the magma flows lessened, as if someone had laid a heavy lid over the heart of the world. Heat dropped, sweat cooled on obsidian forearms, candles guttered, braziers sputtered. In the sudden, unnatural quiet, the sound of a single hammer blow rang out, though no hand had struck one. It echoed through the cavernous halls, through the veins of the mountain, through the lava lakes and the carved drake statues and the tunnels where serfs slept. Then the fire drew breath. Flames roared up from the magma channels, taller and brighter than before. Heat slammed into the forge halls like a physical blow, knocking men back a step. Metal in the smelters softened, then glowed white-hot. Sparks fled anvils in showers. Forge masters scrambled to adjust baffles, to redirect flows, to keep the increased power from melting their tools. They shouted to one another over the sudden roar, cursing and laughing in equal measure. In the deepest chamber, where the oldest forge lay, sealed and seldom used, a crack appeared in the basalt floor. It glowed, not with the red of lava, with something purer, hotter, a light like that which burned in a Primarch's chest. No voice spoke, no hand emerged, but somewhere very far away or very deep beneath the world, something drew in a slow, vast breath, as if it had decided, against all odds and all laws, that a death as absolute as Vulkan had chosen was not the same thing as an ending. Time became a thing men argued about. In the dark half of the Imperium, where the great rift cut reality open and bled time into strange shapes, months and years stopped meaning what they used to. On one world, the Crucible Crusade had left only a few seasons ago. On another, the same banners and burn marks were already the stuff of legend, memorized in half-wrong litanies by children who had not been born when Vulkan still strode the decks of his flagships. The salamanders did not stop. They could not afford to. Under Tushan and Haystan, the Crucible's fires were banked, not extinguished. The great sweeping strokes of Vulkan's terrible will became more measured. Worlds were still judged, burned, saved, or abandoned. But there were more arguments before the hammer fell, more nights where salamanders stood in chapels or on viewing decks and weighed mortals who would never know their names against campaigns that would outlive them. They tried as best they could to keep his brutal effectiveness without letting their hearts calcify into the same hard pragmatism. Sometimes they failed. Sometimes they did not. Rumors followed them. In the trench dug under the shattered walls of Hive Tarsis, a guardsman from some dust world beyond the rift whispered to his squad about a battle 2 sectors over. The story had come down the line in scraps, distorted like everything that traveled too far in this age, but the bones of it were sharp. Heretics found torn apart, he said, eyes wide in the mud and the half-dark. Not by bolter or blade, pulled to pieces, laid out in circles round their own icons. Armor melted into their bones. Ceramite and femur fused like someone had poured them into molds and then broken them. His sergeant snorted quietly. Chaos does that to its own all the time, he muttered. What else are the gods good for but eating their followers? Not like this, the guardsman said. They were laid out like offerings refused. Like metal someone had tried to forge and thrown back on the pile. On a Navy battlecruiser, a chief astropath woke screaming from a transition. He could not explain what he had seen, only what he had not. A demon fleet had been on the verge of breaking through into a lightly held system, warp signatures stacked and ready, rituals completed. Then, just as the final veil thinned, something cut the connection. Not some clumsy imperial interdiction field. Not the brittle resistance of a few frightened psychers. Something else. A pressure, a presence, a flash of heat. And then the ritual paths were gone. The corridor through the immaterium sliced shut. The demons scattered like sparks off a quenched blade. Reports like that found their way into Inquisitor Garen's hands. He read them in a chamber lit by hololithic glow, mouth tight. Coincidence, a junior interrogator offered. Residual crucible deployments. The ripple of Vulkan's death still shaking the warp. Garen's auger eyes flickered. Perhaps, he said. Or perhaps something else is learning to swing his hammer. The orcs came next. The wah that gathered around the Malachite belt was worthy of old nightmares. War moons, stitched together from 1,000 asteroid hulks, drifted toward an industrial sector whose manufactorums still spat out tanks and shells at a rate that made commanders on distant worlds salivate. The echoes of the War of the Beast were unmistakable. Orc empires roused by some dim racial memory of a time when they had nearly crushed the Imperium under sheer joyous brutality. War bosses screamed for another chance, Weird boys gibbered as the psychic roar of the gathering greenskin tide built, strong enough that even mortal men felt the itch behind their eyes. Navy admirals ran simulations and blanched. Eternum Prime would fall first, then the other forge moons in its orbit, then the wider industrial ring. Once the war had those, it would roll outward, a tide of scrap and teeth and guns that might break against imperial defenses, or might not. Fleets were mustered, regiments were shifted, prayers were said. The war moons stopped. They did not slow under fire. They were not intercepted by some glorious sacrificial ramming maneuver. They did not veer off at the last moment because some minor orc prophet saw a shinier prize on another vector. They simply broke. Augurs saw it first. The moon's silhouette signatures, crude spheres of metal and rock, fuzzed. Their density readings spiked, then dropped. Their thermal outputs flared, then sank. When reconnaissance craft finally reached them, the war moons were no longer bristling citadels. They were cracked shells. From the outside, each looked as if some colossal hand had wrapped around it and squeezed, hairline fractures becoming great rent canyons, fortifications split down to their cores. Mechanicus pictorays sent back images of interior decks folded. In upon themselves, corridors turned into twisted ribbons, engines melted into undifferentiated masses of slag. At each core, where once reactors and command decks had been, there were lakes, not of water, of glass, obsidian pools, perfectly smooth, still warm to the Auspec's touch. Orc bodies floated in them, half melted, their crude bionics fused into glittering shapes. Glyphs of Gork and Mork and other childish deities were burned into the surrounding rock, then cut through with circles of scorched stone, as if someone had stamped them out like spent sigils. No Imperial fleet had fired the killing shots. No known weapon had the signature. The Orc's psychic roar dwindled, confused, before turning in on itself, the Wa energy bleeding away into aimless grumbling, and then silence as the surviving warbands fell upon one another for lack of a better enemy. The Salamanders heard about it in transit between wars. Tushan did not speak when the report came in. He simply sat along, time in the flame-wrought strategium, eyes unfocused, listening to a serf read out the casualty estimates and the tactical analysis. Stan stood nearby, fingers drumming slowly on his thigh. When at last Tushan rose, his legs felt strangely unsteady. "Mount Deathfire is restless," he said. On Nocturne, the mountain split. The forge halls beneath the sanctuary cities had grown hotter with every passing cycle since Vulkan's last death. Forge masters had adjusted and readjusted their channels, vented lava into new carved paths, reinforcing ceilings, expanding cooling vents. Men joked bitterly that perhaps the mountain was trying to overcompensate for the sudden absence of its favorite sun. The jokes curdled the day the floor cracked. In the greatest chamber, where the oldest and most honored forge lay, a seam appeared in the basalt. It ran from one side of the cavern to the other, thin at first, then gaping, light spilling out of it like molten dawn. Not the red of magma. White. Forge masters stumbled back, raising hands to shield their eyes. Heat washed over them, stealing breath, making the very air shimmer. From the crack rose a figure. He did not stride. He simply was. One instant not there, the next straightening from a half-crouch, as if he had pushed up from some deeper layer of the world. His armor was scorched. Plates of green and black fused together in places, but intact. No useless holes, no visible wounds. Dawnbringer rested in his hand, its head glowing with a subdued inner radiance. The light in the crack dimmed as if in respect. The seam in the stone sealed itself. The forge halls shook, not with violent quakes, but with a deep, rumbling exhalation, as if the mountain had been holding its breath and now let it out in relief. Forge masters dropped to their knees without thinking. Serfs fell flat, foreheads on the hot rock. No chaplain had to shout an oath. No formal acknowledgement was needed. Vulkan looked around. The hall, furnace eyes taking in every detail, the heavier baffles, the widened channels, the scorch marks that spoke of recent, frantic adjustments. "You kept it burning," he said. His voice rolled through the chamber, through the stone, down into the lava. Men felt it in their teeth. Word outran sense. Swift runners carried it up through the fortress of Prometheus, across the basalt bridges of the sanctuary cities, into the Vox networks of the fleet. Astropaths felt a pressure return, a weight in the warp that had been missing, and cried out in mingled terror and joy. On the Flamerort's bridge, Tushan stood very still as the message came in. "Visual confirmation from Nocturne," the Vox officer stammered. "Multiple sources. Vulkan stands in the forge halls." Histan's hand closed around the rail so hard the metal creaked. "Signals can lie," Garen said quietly from his vantage by the plotting table. "Demons can impersonate. Warp. Phantoms can—" Tushan shot him a look. "You felt it when he left," the chapter master said. "You feel it now. Do not tell me you do not." The Inquisitor closed his eyes for the span of a breath. He did feel it. The subtle distortion in the air. The way shadows seemed to lean a little. The way auger readings twitched, as if entire banks of machinery were suddenly aware that something heavier had stepped back onto the scales of existence. "Then I suggest," Garen said, opening his eyes again, "that you go see which version of your Primarch we have this time." They met him under the mountain. Tushan and Histan traveled down through corridors slick with heat, through lifts that creaked and rattled, through tunnels carved long ago by hands that had expected this day and had never truly given up on it. Vulkan stood alone in the central forge hall when they arrived. Dawnbringer planted head down in the basalt, both hands resting lightly on its haft. Civizol. Forge fires painted his armor in a restless dance of light. No sign of the last star fortress clung to him. No scar of that final annihilation. His face bore the same map of burns and ritual cuts as before, the same deep lines of age and effort, but his eyes were different. Tushan had seen them burning with rage and with a terrible, impersonal resolve. Now there was something else in the molten gold. Depth. Tushan dropped to one knee out of reflex, then stopped himself halfway. He straightened instead. "Lord of Drakes," he said. Histan bowed his head, right fist over his heart. "Father," he said, the word a rasp. Vulkan inclined his head, a small nod that acknowledged both the obeisance and the restraint. "Tushan," he said. "Histan, you did not let the fire go out." "You died," Tushan said bluntly. "In a way that even the warp could not find you. We thought, we feared, that it was the end," Vulkan finished. "It was. Of something. Not of me." He reached down, lifted Dawnbringer, and rested the hammer across his shoulders, an old movement that reminded Tushan painfully of statues from before the heresy. "I went deeper," Vulkan said. Velkona, who had come down behind the chapter master and forge father, felt the words like a change in pressure. "Deeper," the librarian repeated. Vulkan's gaze flicked to him. "The proto-deity tried to bind me," he said. "It thought to use my deaths as links in its chain. A clever plan for a thing that does not breathe. When I let it unmake me, when I stepped forward into its hammer instead of away, it opened a door." He gestured, not upward or downward, but outward, into directions most minds did not have words for. "There are layers," he said. "Beyond the warp, we know. Beneath it, the place where concepts breathe before gods coalesce around them. The raw furnaces from which the ruinous powers took their first drafts. I went there. I hunted along the chain it was forging around me and found the point where it anchored itself." He smiled, and there was no humor in it. "I broke it," he said simply. Not as I break a skull on a battlefield, as I break a flawed casting on an anvil. I change the shape of the mold. It cannot reach for me in the same way again, for now it gnaws on the pieces I left in its grip, wondering why they do not behave as expected. Histan frowned. At what cost? He asked. Vulkan considered. Less than I expected, he said. More than you would like. Death and I are not finished with one another, but I have learned context. He looked around the forge hall, at the salamanders kneeling, at the drake statues carved into the walls. For a long time, I saw everything as ore and slag, he said. Enemies to be purified in fire, allies to be refined into better blades. I still do. That is what I am. That is what this age needs. But there is more to a weapon than its edge. He tapped the hammer lightly on the basalt. Sparks flew, skittering across the stone. The Imperium is a tool, he went on. It has been badly maintained, rusted in places, brittle in others. For 10,000 years, you have rearranged its parts, polished old dents, shored up weak welds, hoping it would swing true the next time. I thought to simply throw it into the furnace and draw out something new. He looked back at Tushan. That would burn too much, he said. Not just the rust, not just the rot. The grain of the metal matters, the memories, the habits, the instinct to shield, not just to stab. I went deeper, and I saw possibilities, shapes the Imperium could take that are more than bigger versions of what it already is. Tushan's mouth twitched. You came back more philosophical, he said. Vulkan snorted. Do not mistake broader sight for softness, he said. In battle, I am crueler than ever. Enemies are, or allies are tools. Tools that must be maintained, sharpened, or if they break too often, discarded. I will still burn worlds. I will still nail cowards to their own walls. But I am done thinking only in terms of removal. It is time to forge. Histan inclined his head. And what do you intend to forge? He asked. A different Imperium, Vulkan said. Not gentler, never that, but braver in where it spends its courage, more honest in what it demands of its citizens, less indulgent of structures that consume lives without returning anything but pomp. He bared his teeth. Duty and sacrifice remain, he said, but their direction must change. I will not have billions die so that some high lord can keep a title or some cardinal can keep a shrine world whose main function is to flatter his god's corpse. If I call men to burn, it will be because their fire feeds something that can stand when I am gone. Decades or days away, on Macraga, Robut Guilliman received the news. The chamber was quiet save for the hum of hololithic projectors and the scratch of stylus on slate. Guilliman's trusted praetor stood nearby, reading casualty tallies. Confirmed reports from Nocturne, the praetor said. Multiple sources. Visuals match pre-existing records. Lord Vulkan has returned. The warp entity Velkona warned us about shows no further activity along its previous vectors. Guilliman stared at the hovering script a moment longer, then let the slate drop to his side. When he died, he said softly, I saw futures. The praetor said nothing. Futures where you and I fought this war alone, Guilliman went on, where the crucible ended in that star fortress and we spent the next centuries trying to hold what he had taken, bleeding ourselves out in 100 sieges. Futures where the proto-deity took him and turned him against us. Futures where the Imperium fractured under the strain of his methods and mine. He turned, looking out at the visible slice of Macraga's sky, blue and distant. Most of them ended badly, he said, some catastrophically. And now? The praetor asked. Guilliman's mouth tightened. Now many of those ends are less likely, he said. Not impossible, never impossible, but less close. Whether I approve of his philosophy or not, his presence bends the curve. Collapse grows teeth, when he is not there to scare it. He looked back at the slate, at the line that simply read, "Vulkan confirmed, entity suppressed. We will have to live with what that means," he said, "and prepare for when we might not be able to." On Prometheus, Vulkan stood among his own ghosts. The 9 artifacts lay upon the basalt altar, the tome of fire beside them. Forge masters had brought them out with trembling reverence, placing each in its assigned place under the Primarch's eye: the spear, the gauntlet, the anvil, the mask, the relics whose names were known to every salamander, and those whose designations had been lost to all but the tome's pages. The 9th burned beneath his skin. The unbound flame had never fully left him since he tore it from the bastion's core. Now it sat as a knot of light in his palm, visible when he curled his fingers just so, flickering through the calloused flesh. Histan watched as Vulkan walked the length of the altar. "You found them all," the Primarch said. "You brought them together without me. You read my book and followed my clues, and bled on 100 wrong paths before you found the right ones." He rested his hand on the tome of fire. "My tests were never about the artifacts," he said. "They were about you. Would you keep going when I did not come back? Would you put yourselves between the hearth and the storm, even when your Primarch was a story written in someone else's blood? Would you judge when I was not there to tell you where to put the hammer?" He looked up. "You did," he said simply. "Even when my example grew ugly. You did not let my darkest choices be your only template. You tempered my fury with your creed. You protected the weak even when I told you they were fuel." Tushan shifted, unsure whether to take the words as praise or rebuke. Vulkan smiled faintly, seeing the conflict. "You passed," he said. "Every test I set, even the ones I did not know I was setting. The artifacts, the bastion, the crucible, my death. You remained salamanders through all of it." He straightened. "The Crucible Crusade is over," he said. The declaration rippled through the hall. Men felt tension they had not known they were carrying loosen. Others felt new weight settle in its place. "We will not name the next thing," Vulkan went on. "Names become idols. Campaigns become ends in themselves. We are not here to decorate banners. We are here to work." He extended his branded hand toward the altar, and the flame flared, casting harsh light over the relics, the tome, the faces of the men gathered. "From this point," he said, "every world, every institution, every brother chapter will go into the fire, not just to test their loyalty. That is a low bar and easily faked. We will test their usefulness, their capacity to take a blow and still hold, their willingness to bleed where it matters instead of where tradition tells them to." He let his gaze sweep the hall. "If a world prays loudly and contributes nothing, we will reforge or remove it," he said. "If a chapter stands on ceremony while others die, we will judge it. If an order of priests or bureaucrats eats more lives than it saves, we will melt it down for scrap." He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. "This is the tempering of fire," Vulkan said. "Not a crusade with a start and end, but an ongoing work. We strike, we test, we cool, we strike again, until this Imperium is something we can hand to those who come after, without choking on the knowledge that we left them holding a rusted blade." He turned then, cloak of heat swirling around him, and walked toward the Strategium. The War Council hololith rose once more from the pit, the galaxy hanging before him in sickly light. The great rift split it in two, a jagged bruise running from one horizon to the other. Red runes marked active war zones. Orange ones suggested looming threats. Grey sigils denoted dead sectors. A few small, stubborn green flecks showed places holding, for now. Tushan, Histan, and Velkona took their places at his flank. Geren watched from below, silent. Captains from allied chapters stood at the edges of the chamber, some wary, some hungry, all understanding that the center of gravity in this war had shifted again. Vulkan lifted his hand. He passed it slowly over the projection. Here, a world whose factories ran on the blood of its underclass, feeding a fleet that had never left its own subsector. There, a shrine planet, whose priests demanded regiments as tithes, but never sent a single man to the front. Further out, a brother chapter that had spent a century guarding relics while neighboring systems burned for want of a single company drop. His fingers curled, as if testing the give of a bar of half-cooled steel. Flawed metal, ore, tools. He did not speak names. Not yet. He simply let his hand hover over each glowing cluster of light, feeling in ways no mortal could, how much heat they could take before cracking, how much shaping they might yet endure. Behind his eyes, the furnaces of the deeper layers still burned, the memory of the proto-deity's chain, and the anvil beyond informing every instinct. "We begin here," he said at last, touching a sector whose administratum sigil pulsed like an ulcer. The rune flared, brightening to a hot white. "And then here," he went on, fingers moving, selecting another cluster, a warp-touched cardinalate whose sermons had turned more toward pomp than purpose. Another flare. He felt the eyes of his sons on him. He felt the wary attention of distant brothers, the calculations of Gilliman, the quiet watchfulness of the lion. He felt the hate of the enemy, the fear of the proto-deity, licking its conceptual wounds, learning, perhaps, that even old gods of war could be outfoxed. He felt the weight of a dying age. His hand moved again, hammer and fire and judgment. The Lord of Drakes smiled, cruel and weary and determined, as he chose where the next blows would fall. There would be more worlds burned, more enemies broken, more allies tested to destruction. There would be further tales, written in ash and molten metal, of a perpetual Primarch who had crawled too many times out of his own grave to pretend that mercy alone could save a species. But for now, in the forged glow of the strategium, as the galaxy's wounds flickered in red before him, Vulkan did what he had always done best. He appraised. He weighed. He raised the hammer.